As we are seeing right now, not just a house, but a very big house with 2 people sitting inside. The old man's name is Ryoha. He says, I waited for so many decades, but it makes one think, you will only drink 1 cup? What a cold-hearted person you are. And this is our protagonist, whose name I do not know, but he is the second son of the heavenly demon, so that is why I am calling him second son. Ryoha says, if you look at it, how young we were when we first met. He looks, but the second son does not say anything. He just thinks, yes, I think it has been 40 years since I met this person. Let's look at 40 years ago when the second son came to him. Upon arriving, he says, please use the great regression technique on me to send me back in time. Ryoha is quite surprised to hear this. The great regression technique is a huge achievement for the Wii family, which has been passed down in their family for centuries from their ancestors. Performing this technique is almost impossible. I could have completed it, but I had no other choice but to give up. To complete this technique, 5 things will be needed, which are almost impossible to collect. But he tells the second son, if you bring these things to me, then I will perform the great regression technique for you. First material, the Thunder Belt artifact from the Heavenly Wind cult, the Divine Incense treasure artifact from the Divine Dragon family, the core essence of Hark from 10,000 years ago. Fourth, the secret demonic soul from the demonic cult. We come to the present. He thinks I can bring 5 million yen, but I cannot bring anything else apart from that. But the person sitting in front of me right now has acquired all those things over several decades. And to acquire the last material, the secret demonic soul from the demonic cult, it had disappeared from the world for a long time. He says, I thought you would have died by now, but it is hard to believe you acquired all the things. Second son says, I thought a lot about this great technique oath, which demands such dangerous materials, and I even thought about the possibilities of killing you. Ryoha hears this and thinks, I was truly young when I first met him, but now he has also become old. His hair has turned white. There is a change in the air around him too. The great regression technique. For such a long time, was it so important to acquire all this? He says, now finally I can ask you, ultimately, why do you want to go to the past? Second son puts the glass down heavily and says, I have to go for revenge. Ryoha says, is it impossible to take revenge even with your skills in this time, that you have to go to the earlier time? Second son says, yes. Ryoha says, ultimately, who is it that you hate so much? Second son looks and says, Hua Mugi. As soon as Ryoha hears this name, his heart trembles completely with fear. Second son says, all the 3 strongest groups that supported Murim died at his hands. The Murim Alliance leader died. The Orthodox Alliance died. And the Heavenly Demon also died. In this era of history, the most powerful human is Hua Mugi. Ryoha says, do you think you can defeat him by going to the past? Second son says, whatever happens, I just have to kill this person at any cost. The Heavenly Demon who died at his hands is my father, but I do not want to take revenge for my father's death, and it is not like he killed my brother. That is why I want to take revenge. For those who have given their lives to demons, their getting killed is not a big deal. Ryoha says, then why? Second son says, that day, Mugi killed servants, cooks, and even small children who did not know martial arts at all. He even killed the dogs and cats. He did not spare them either. Ryoha says, I cannot believe Mugi would do something like this. Second son says, I do not care whether you believe it or not. I have said what I had to say. At this age, I cannot kill him. That is why I have to go back in time. And before killing him, I want to ask him why a powerful person like him did not even spare the children. Ryoha says, if the great regression technique is successful, if you are able to go to the past, then can you do one thing for me? Second son says, what is it? Ryoha says, if you reach the past, then please find me and come to me. Second son says, why? Ryoha says, stop me from getting married. Hearing these words, there is silence for a short while. After that, the second son cannot hold it back and laughs loudly. Ryoha says, please stop me. I am not joking. Tell me to spend my entire life alone. Second son says, okay, fine. I promise you. Ryoha says, let's go where we will use the great regression technique. Second son stands up, but his condition is very bad. He is unable to get up properly. Ryoha says, are you okay? Second son says, I can still endure it even though I have lost one hand and one eye. But to acquire the secret demonic soul, this price is very small. After that, both of them go to where the 4 materials are kept, and the 5th material material is in Ryoha's hand, the secret demonic soul. As soon as he opens the box, its energy starts spreading all around. Then Ryoha starts reciting the incantation over the 5 materials, the great regression technique, and in a short while Ryoha's incantation starts working, and looking in front of him, a light begins to shine, and in the blink of an eye, that light turns into a portal through which one can go to the past. Ryoha is surprised to see this himself. He cannot believe that he did it. I did it! Are you seeing this? I told you, didn't I? I did it! He looks back and sees that the second son's condition is very bad. He is not even in a condition to stand up. And seeing this, selfishness arises in Ryoha's mind, because right before his eyes is the portal to go back in time where he can change everything, his entire life. And then, taking a step towards the portal, he says, "Forgive me. Truly forgive me. I promise you I will definitely find you and tell you about that destruction. My family's greatest wish was exactly this, to go back in time, and mine too." But just then he realizes something. He is unable to move from his spot even a little bit. His demonic acupoint has been sealed. A voice comes from behind him. "Ryoha, how could you do this?" Ryoha gets completely terrified. Second son says, "You did this leaving everyone else behind?" And grabbing his neck, he slams him hard onto the ground. There are tears in Ryoha's eyes. He says, "I forgot for a short while what I was doing. Please truly forgive me. I know how much you have endured to acquire all these things, so I should not have done this." Hearing all this, second son calms down a bit and lets go of his neck. Ryoha looks on in surprise. Second son says, "I have also been a selfish person. Leaving everyone else, I was only looking out for myself, and for this reason I was able to acquire all these things. If it were anyone else in your place, I would have truly killed him immediately. I can understand because it is you. Thank you for waiting for me for such a long time." Hearing this, Ryoha's emotions start pouring out. He says, "Forgive me. Truly forgive me." Second son keeps looking at him, and while speaking, he freezes right there completely. He does not understand what happened suddenly, but when he looks, everything around him has come to a halt. In a way, time itself has stopped. He falls into thought about what is happening after all. Just then, he hears a voice saying, "You have passed all the tests," and a light starts shining from behind. He looks and sees a person standing behind. Second son asks, "Who are you?" That person says, "I am the one who can send you to the past. There is no human who can understand the heavens. What do you think? Can a mere creature and some martial arts send you back in time? The real material of this technique is not a material, but with your courage and hard work, you have acquired all these things. You have passed the test of the life for which you were living. Keeping one goal in mind, you sacrificed everything and forgave Ryoja. That was your final test, and in reality, this was the most difficult exam, but you did it very easily." Second son says, "If I succeeded in the exam, then fulfill my wish. Please send me back in time." That person says, "What will you do there?" Second son says, "I will give death to those who deserve death, and I will save those who should not die." That person says, "You want to go back in time just to do all this?" Second son says, "And I want to live my life with some meaning. Perhaps that is why I was so desperate to go back, because I regret the way I lived my life. So much anger for Mugi." That person says, "What do you regret?" Second son says, "Everything. Since I was born, there is not a single thing that I have done by myself. Whatever I have done, someone or the other made me do it. I was completely surrounded by so many events. Before I could realize this thing, my life came to an end." That person looks and smiles and says, "I am wondering which life you will live now. I would like to see what you do in your new life," and disappears from there like flames. Everything becomes like before. All things start moving again. Ryoja keeps asking for forgiveness and says, "It is a matter of shame that I have to say this. But please do not forget your promise. You must stop me from getting married." Second son turns around and, stepping towards the portal, says, "Do not worry." And just as he is about to go back in time through the portal, Ryoha speaks again, "Do not forget your promise." And for a moment, everything starts looking white. When second son opens his eyes, he finds himself back in time, where he is about to fight someone right now, and many people are standing to watch him. Second son looks at the statue. "So I have truly come back now. Everyone keeps shouting loudly in excitement, so I have truly come back. Just then his attention goes elsewhere, and he sees the heavenly demon sitting in front, Second Son's father. Second Son feels good seeing his father, and smiles upon seeing him. Just then he hears a voice. Second young master, how much longer will you wait like this? Let's start the fight. Second Son looks and sees a person standing in front of him to fight. He thinks, so today is that day. The new demon skirmish. A person stands in front of the Second Son to fight him. My father, the heavenly demon, had declared that he would not choose the next cult leader based on bloodline alone. Anyone could participate, and this announcement caused an uproar everywhere because it meant that anyone could become the heavenly demon, the only condition being that they must be the strongest, and a battle competition has started for the coming generation for the position of cult leader, and whatever demon wins in this can challenge the heavenly demon's two sons, and whoever wins among them, the heavenly demon will grant them one wish. The person fighting the Second Son says, there is still a chance. Why don't you give up? The Second Son looks and remembers, I just recalled the past. He chose me to fight. It felt quite strange because it was his decision. He thought I would be an easier target than my big brother, but looking back at the past, there was a completely different reason why he chose me. He had bribed the cook in the kitchen and told him to mix energy-dispersing poison in my food so that I could not use my energy for a short time, and I lost because of this dirty trick. I even told my father what happened to me, but he didn't say anything to me. He even looked at me as if it was my fault for getting caught in that trick, and after that, I pushed myself to extend my limits because of that defeat and the failure and mistake I experienced, and I lost my position in the coming war. Everything started just because of that defeat. That person speaks again. Second young master, your attention is not here. I'm standing right in front of you. The Second Son speaks. What did you say? What is your name? He gets completely annoyed. You are ignoring me. Peng Hu? The Second Son says, oh yes, Peng Hu. He thinks he is a disciple of one of the supreme 8 demons, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Peng Hu is his 5th disciple. Peng Hu says, how dare you mess with me? I can say this much, you have full confidence in your ability. But the Second Son does not pay attention there. He looks at his father. He thinks, I did not know this before, but thinking about it now, it is clearly visible in my father's eyes that there is energy dispersing poison inside my body. He was watching me. How will I cope in these conditions? Because I still have what I learned in my past life. I can easily defeat Peng Hu in just one move without using the energy inside me, but I cannot show everyone my true skills. I have to hide them for now. Raising his hand, he speaks, to all the heroes of the cult gathered here, I declare before everyone that I will fight Peng Hu without using my inner energy. Everyone is completely shocked. Peng Hu is flabbergasted. What? All the people standing there start shouting loudly, unrivaled swordsman, and keep shouting this repeatedly. And hearing this, Peng Hu gets even more annoyed. He also raises his hand and says, so if you play like this, then I will also fight you without using my inner energy. He thinks everyone will cheer for him too, but nothing like that happens. Instead, they start speaking among themselves. What? Will he also not use his inner energy now? It seems it will be very boring. I just wasted my time. Hearing all this, Peng Hu says, second young master, even if I don't use my inner energy, remember my sword. It has no eyes. I will cut anything with it wherever it goes. The Second Son thinks, this young body of mine feels foreign to me. I'm wondering if I am like, I will be able to move as I wish. Peng Hu says, take out your sword. The Second Son says, I don't think I will need to take out my sword against you. Everyone behind Peng Hu starts shouting, hey, he is really looking down on you. Peng Hu does not like it and gets even angrier. I won't kill you because you are the cult leader's son, but I will definitely take your arms and legs. And immediately he rushes towards the Second Son to attack speedily and strikes a slash. But the Second Son dodges it very easily. He thinks, it is good, I can still react with my body as fast as before. Just then, Peng Hu comes forward to strike another slash and strikes. Immediately, it looks like he hit him, but looking closely, the Second Son had immediately jumped, and he dodges that even more easily. Standing behind, placing his hand on his heart and smiling, he thinks, at this age, how powerfully my heart is beating. Peng Peng-hu feels he is smiling at him and gets more irritated. "You bastard, how dare you laugh at that?" And he moves forward again to attack speedily, but the second son won't just dodge this time. Seeing him, he immediately rushes towards him. Peng-hu doesn't understand what he should do, and just then the second son hits him hard right on his chest. Peng-hu's mouth opens from the pain. His mouth remains open in pain, and just then he punches him hard right on the face. He is about to fly back from the impact, but then he catches him and prepares for a third punch. He hits 3 or 4 punches all at once, and he takes a lot of damage from those punches. Blood comes out of his mouth, and he falls to the ground on his knees. But the second son is not going to stop even there, and immediately grabs his hand. He speaks, "Is this the same hand you used to give me poison?" Peng-hu gets completely scared, but it is already too late for him. And hitting his arm with his knee, he breaks his arm right from the middle. He screams very loudly in absolute pain. Everyone watching is completely flabbergasted. Peng-hu falls down immediately and according to calculations, the fight ends here. He thinks, now that I have gone back in time, I won't let anyone dictate my life as they please. And then a person raises his hand. Everyone starts looking there in silence. That hand belongs to the heavenly demon. He says, "I said I would fulfill one wish, so tell me what your desire is." Peng-hu remains sitting there holding his hand in pain. The second son remains standing there. He thinks, hearing this, most people ask for an artisan sword or a secret martial arts manual, and people probably think that I will also ask for something like that. But this time, I will do things my way. He says, "My wish is to go on a hunt with you, father." His father does not see anything. Peng-hu starts staring upon hearing this. Not just Peng-hu, everyone starts staring. The heavenly demon says, "So you want to go hunting with me?" The second son says, "Yes, I heard that when you were young, you used to enjoy going on hunts. I want to learn hunting from you." His father looks at him, then stands up and says, "We will leave for the hunt tomorrow." And he walks away from there. The second son keeps looking at his father. Just then he hears a voice from Peng-hu. "What a fool he is. I cannot believe you would ask for such a useless wish." The second son says laughingly, "Oh yes, what did you say your name was?" Peng-hu gets even more irritated. "I will kill you. Execute him right now. Execute him immediately." The second son thinks, now that I have returned, I no longer have any interest in the careless lives you all have lived. And in the blink of an eye, the sun sets and evening falls. The second son stands in front of the mirror. Looking at himself, he thinks, I have become young again. I am no longer old like before. What must Hua Mugi be doing right now? If I could find him, I would kill him before he becomes powerful. I would have solved all the problems beforehand. But the problem is, finding him is very difficult. He had appeared in Jian suddenly as if he fell from the sky. After destroying the Murim alliance from somewhere, the Orthodox alliance and the demonic cult had completely hidden themselves from this world. That is why no information could be found about it anywhere. But if I try to find him by revealing his name to the whole world, it will become very dangerous. And in the end, my top priority is to become even stronger than Mugi. He stands there thinking about all this when suddenly a voice comes from behind him. "Young master, you fought amazingly today." He looks back and sees a lady standing there. He says, "Lian." She says, "You are right, young master. And this is Lian, the son's bodyguard." The second son remembers, that's right, Lian. At that time, I didn't know about her size, that it was because of the martial arts she learned. No, in reality, it was all for me. Body purification. It becomes hard like stone for a short time. This is a secret technique that not many people know about, and this is what she was taught. Even if it might be the biggest flaw in martial arts, is this the reason her body is so big? She had placed herself in front of me to stop the sword aura coming from Hua Mugi. "Thank you, Lian, for sacrificing yourself to give me life." She says, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing her voice, the second son realizes, I didn't realize at that time that her voice would be so sweet. She was ready to sacrifice her life for me. But at that time, I thought she was just an ordinary bodyguard. I took her for granted, just like people take breathing air for granted. He walks up to her. She is even bigger than in my memories. The second son feels very relieved seeing her. There's a smile on his face. Lian also keeps looking, but she cannot understand why he is looking at her like that. We are looking at her right now. This was Lian. Growing up, she would have looked the most beautiful in the world. But Lian, who looked so beautiful, suddenly became fat one day. I did not know how much she cried after becoming fat. I never even paid attention to how her eyes had become from crying. I am thinking about how she must have felt. She stopped paying attention to herself. She who could have looked very beautiful at one point in time. After that, how did I treat her? I will say this much. After she became fat, I treated her even worse. Leon, I promise you one thing. I will remove the body purification effect from your body. Leon asks, Master, are you okay? The second son says, I am fine. No, I am quite good. Leon says, you look very different today. The second son walks forward thinking, with a smile, as I thought, my bodyguard Leon, who protects me every day, would surely be able to see the change in me. He says, come, let's go. I will show you something strange. Leon asks, where are we going? The second son says, to flip the dining table. After that, we see the second son and Leon reach the place where food is cooked, and all the cooks come and stand there. The second son says, why did you do this? The cook says, I don't understand. What do you mean? The second son says, I am asking you why you mixed poison in my food, energy dispersing poison. That person gets completely scared and says, I didn't do anything like that. The second son says, did you gamble away the 3,000 neons you received? He thinks, this boy is he is in deep debt due to gambling. He gambled away all his parents' money and even borrowed from his friends. That is why he could do such a crazy thing as mixing poison in my food. The boy immediately gets on his knees and says, I made a huge mistake. Forgive me. I was blinded by money. I made a very big mistake. The second son asks, did Peng Hu meet you alone and give you the money? The boy says, yes. Just then, his head gets separated from his torso. Everyone gets completely scared. The second son says, you should be ashamed. A cook, putting everyone aside, is giving poison. All the cooks get on their knees and start apologizing. The head chef says, please forgive me, young master. I take responsibility for everything. The second son says, why you? You didn't mix poison in the food, did you? The fault lies with the one who mixed poison in the food. The chef says, no, after all, this happened in my kitchen, so the responsibility is all mine. The second son says, Cook Lim, does that mean whatever is happening in the cult is all my father's fault? The cook says, no, never like that. Everyone remains scared about what is going to happen. The second son says, then why are you taking responsibility for everything like this? Don't talk nonsense and make chicken noodles for my dinner. And he leaves from there. The cook remains deep in thought. Leon asks the second son, didn't you eat that just a few days ago? The second son looks at Leon. Leon looks back. He thinks, not a few days, it has been decades for me. Then the next day we see the heavenly demon is ready to go hunting. Seeing the second son, he says, what are these distracting things you are carrying? The second son says, these are the things we will need for a few days. The heavenly demon says, a few days? I'm going hunting for only one day. The second son says, who knows? Maybe you will enjoy hunting and stay there for a few more days. The heavenly demon looks at him, then walking ahead says, you have dreamed quite big. After that, they leave from there to hunt in the forests. They keep moving forward together. Just then, his father says, you are better than I thought. The second son gets lost in thought. What? His attention shifted from Peng Hu while I was fighting, hiding the skills I built in my past life. It would be better for me to tell him. He says, I kept my skills hidden. His father says, yes, I saw. The second son laughs and says, I am not a cat that will hesitate. I am a beast that keeps its claws hidden. His father says, after all, why would a beast hide its claws? The second son says, oh, I didn't think from that perspective. His father says, that is why you are a cat. How much have you mastered the song sword art? Song sword art. This has been passed down the heavenly demon's bloodline for generations and is an extremely advanced martial art, just like the martial art I learned from the demon supreme. He says, I have mastered it completely. And just then an energy ray comes speedily past his ear, but he dodges it. He thinks, if I hadn't moved my face immediately, my cheek would have been completely gone. His father says, so you really have mastered it. The second son says, you didn't think I had mastered it, yet you attacked me. What would you have done if I couldn't dodge it? His father says, you would just pay for the lie. You wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack if you hadn't hadn't mastered it completely. The second son says, "Still, this face is just like yours. If it gets a scar, it won't look good." His father starts looking at him. The second son thinks, "Did I say too much?" Walking ahead, the heavenly demon says, "You mastered it at this age. It is truly praiseworthy." Hearing this, the second son feels very good. After that, he also follows behind him. He says in his mind, "Thank you." His father keeps looking for animal tracks. Just then, the second son says, "From whom did you learn hunting?" His father says, "From my big brother." The second son is surprised to hear this. "I have an uncle too?" His father says, "He is dead. When I was your age, I killed him." The second son falls into thought. What should I say? Then he says, "You did very well." Hearing this, his father gets a bit angry and turns back to look. Just then, the second son says, "If you hadn't done that, then maybe I wouldn't have been born." Hearing this, the heavenly demon says nothing and starts walking ahead. The second son watches and thinks, "Even my father felt pain while fighting his family. I saw this many times in my past life. The more powerful a person appears on the outside, the more wounded they are on the inside." His father says, "Before, I couldn't find any other solution." Hearing this, the second son falls into thought. Father couldn't find any other solution in the successor's war other than killing his brother. He says, "I just pray that you don't think I can do something like that. I cannot do what you couldn't do. And you already know that I don't need to think about that because my brother is just as cruel and ruthless." His father stands there looking and says, "You are talking like this when your brother is not around." After that, nothing happens. Both of them go ahead and keep climbing the mountain together. Climbing from behind, the second son thinks, "I didn't marry in my past life, and that is why I don't know what it is like to have children. So I am wondering how it will feel when I become a father." His father stands right there. The second son also climbs up and asks, "Is something there?" His father says, "Our dinner." The second son says, "Then we will have to kill it." His father says, "How will you kill something you cannot see? First, close your eyes and feel the things around you." The second son says, "Okay," and closing his eyes, he starts feeling the things around him. When a master needs to determine what material the opponent has, they feel the vibrations in the surrounding objects and the wind, and most people call it energy flow. I can feel the energy flow, only the energy flow that is around my father. His father says, "Send some of your energy forward in a line without breaking your inner energy. Think of your body like a ball of yarn, and then slowly discharge your energy as if you were pulling a thread from your body. Did you reach there?" The second son says, "Yes, I can feel it." His father says, "What do you think it is, second?" Son speaks, "I think it is a tree." His father says, "Look even deeper." Slowly, he expands the energy flow even further inwards, and then he realizes there is a beast hiding there. He tells his father, "It is a wild boar or a bear. Its body has fur and is tough, so I think it is a wild boar." His father says, "You said it right. It is a wild boar." Looking at the second son, he says, "The first time even I had trouble figuring it out from this distance." The second son says, "My body is gifted, so I can learn martial arts quickly. It is no big deal." After that, both of them killed the boar together, and in the blink of an eye, the sun sets and night falls. Lighting a fire, the second son starts cooking the boar. His father asks, "Did you ever learn to cook hunted animals?" The second son lies, "I learned from a book." His father says, "Looking at you, it seems you are quite skilled, but you haven't done this before." The second son says, "I'm glad to hear that if you think so." He thinks, "By the way, I have killed countless wild boars before the regression." He says, "What you were sitting on, I prepared it so that you could do something for me. It was worth carrying this heavy luggage in the end." His father says, "Did you want to hunt with me so that you could impress me and become my successor?" The second son says, "No, I already know that this thing won't work on you. I can become the successor on my own without your help." His father says, "You have a lot of self-confidence. Tell me, why did you want to hunt with me?" The second son says, "I have two reasons for this. I want to learn whatever I can from you to become strong. It seems I was successful in that." His father says, "What after becoming strong?" The second son says, "It seems you misunderstood. I would like to explain what I think. I don't want to become powerful just so I can become the heavenly demon. You are still strong and healthy, so I cannot waste time trying to become the heavenly demon. I will be happy if I can learn the heavenly demon martial arts by becoming the successor." He thinks, "I need to get the 9-claw demonic art as soon as possible." I have to learn and master it. No, I need to go to a level even above that, because my father, who had mastered the 9-claw demonic art, also lost to Huamugi. I have to master it somehow. He remains deep in thought. Just then, his father says, "And what is the second reason?" Seeing his father's interest, the second son feels very good. He says, "My second reason is that I want to spend some time with you. This is our first time doing this." His father smiles and says, "What useless emotions. One day they will get you killed." The second son says, "Why useless? I am spending time with the most powerful person in the world. If you sing a song, it will become the world's greatest song. If you drink any alcohol, it will become the world's best alcohol." His father looks at him, then looks away. There is a smile on his face. "Whenever I try to recall memories of my father, I couldn't find any memories. In the end, what kind of memories are those that scare you? In this life, I don't want those memories again. But don't get too happy. I'm not doing this for you, father. This is just for me." It becomes morning. The second son says, "Let's go now." His father says, "We are not going anywhere. We came for a hunt. Since you came with the heavenly demon, we will at least kill a tiger." The second son says, "What?" His father says, "Stop dancing around now. Follow me." The second son follows behind speedily, and then they reach the middle of the forest. His father senses where the tiger is. He tells the second son, "Close your eyes. The target is on the right side. It is further away than the last one. This time, if you want to sense it through the air, infuse your energy into the air." While doing that, the second son thinks, "I've been learning martial arts with my father for so long, but he never taught me this, to infuse energy into the air. There was no one there who could teach me this, and no one had learned such martial arts." His father says, "Now discharge your energy. If you are so slow and careful, you will only have one move left. If you want to use this in real situations, you will have to send your energy to the target as quickly as possible." The second son tries. He feels the air and the energy, but he has trouble merging the two. Then, trying slowly, he finally succeeds. He figures out how to infuse the energy. It is not about riding on top of it. What I have to do is entangle them together. Then, infusing his energy, he sends it forward with the wind, bit by bit, and doing this slowly, he spots where the tiger is hidden. He tells his father, "There really is a tiger over there." His father starts staring at him. The second son asks, "What happened?" His father says, "Do not be so lazy in discharging your training energy. The more energy lines you can maintain, the higher your chances of survival will be." The second son says, "Understood, father. I will engrave this deeply in my mind." Then both of them together kill the tiger. In the blink of an eye, night falls. The second son takes out his trump card, the liquor. He watches his father drink. His father drinks and says, "This is quite good." The second son drinks and says, "This is quite strong for me." He thinks, but that is a lie. His father says, "No demonic human complains about the liquor being strong." The second son asks, "Then what happens if I cannot drink? It is more important to have a wicked heart than to drink strong liquor." His father says, "A wicked heart? Would you be able to kill me if you wanted to survive?" The second son says, "No. How can any child kill their own parents just like that?" But in his mind, he knows this is also a lie. If I had a strong enough reason to kill my father, I would kill him too. This is the first time I am able to sit with my father and have a proper conversation. How can I value his life more than my own life right now? He says aloud, "How could I kill you?" His father says, "If you hesitate so much about this, then you shouldn't say that you have a wicked heart." The second son says, "Then I will have to learn how to drink strong liquor." Hearing this, his father looks at him closely, but says nothing. Then, this hunting. The hunt ends completely right here. After that, we see the second son has come home and keeps training to infuse energy. He thinks, "I've been focusing on training for a few days. After the regression, I can now easily infuse energy into the air, and simultaneously I can maintain 3 to 4 lines. I didn't think my father would teach me how to discharge energy to see things around me. Having a second life is quite good. This is because I will find my enemy beforehand who is about to attack me, and if I keep training like this and become capable of releasing more than 10 energy lines at once, then I will be able to neutralize neutralize all my techniques against my enemies. But even my father, who was so skilled, lost to Hua Mugi because there were intruders in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion was a place that was completely guarded by the 3 barrier formation, the 6 trap formation, and a group carefully chosen from the elites. And along with them were the 8 demon supremes who were in different directions, and they were the ones protecting the Heavenly Demon. In the north is the demonic swordsman, leading the Northern Heaven family, the 1/Sword Supreme. And in the south is the demonic bladesman, leading the Southern Heaven Blade clan, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. In the east is the Iron Fist, leading the Eastern Fist faction, the Undefeated Fist Demon. In the west is the demonic sorcerer, led by the Soul-Stealing Demon. In the north is the Faceless Swordsman, who wants to become the evil Smiling Demon. In the southeast is the Drunken Swordsman, who is always drinking, the demonic drunkard. In the southwest are the Poison Fangs, who are always searching for poison with the Poison King. And finally, in the northwest are the Crazy Monks. They are crazy about the demonic Buddhas. At first, I thought the enemies had broken in from the outside, but that was not the case at all. I found out later that our defense was never broken. I am certain that one of the 8 supreme demons let Hua Mugi enter the Heavenly Demon Pavilion where the Heavenly Demon was, or there could be more than one traitor, and the traitor was never found. But it didn't exist. But it doesn't matter who the traitor was, because I consider all 8 of the supreme demons to be traitors. After my father's death, not a single one of the 8 supreme demons stood up to take revenge. Instead, they did something else. They decided to shut down the demonic cult. That moment is still far in the future. So I know everything about all the 8 supreme demons. I know how they lived their lives and what their final moments were like. The second son's training ends right there. Then he goes to step out thinking, this time I will use the 8 supreme demons as much as possible. Just then he hears a voice. Hey fatty, is the second young master still training on the ground? How many days has it been after all? I cannot wait any longer now. Go inside and bring him out. Leon says, what did you just say? Just then she hears a voice. Leon, what are you doing here? She looks and sees that the second son has come out. The second son goes to her and says, I told you to do your work while I was training. Were you standing right here the whole time I was training? Just then young Po says, so you have finally come out, second young master. Why did you suddenly start training after all? And you did it for 4 days straight. The second son looks. This is a disciple of the Blood Heaven Bladesman. There is a reason for him to dare like this, and that reason is my father. Ever since he declared that anyone in the cult can become the successor, being the Heavenly Demon's son is not necessary for the successor. And the truth is, this fulfills the desire of many people in the cult who want to defeat the Heavenly Demon's son to disgrace him. He says, what do you want? Young Po says, don't you know already? Peng Hu can no longer practice martial arts just because of you. The second son says, so what? What do you want? For me to go see him? Young Po says, do you think I'm also joking? The second son says, I don't think our relationship is such that we can have serious conversations. Young Po says, you have to take responsibility for crippling him. Go and officially apologize to him. The second son thinks, I know why he has come to make me apologize. The best disciple in the Blood Heaven Bladesman has not been chosen yet. That is why he came here to impress him, no matter what he has to do for it. Yang Po wants me to officially go and apologize to him, so that he can take credit for it, so that the Blood Heaven Bladesman doesn't look bad. He says, I don't think your master will choose you as the best disciple just because of this. Yang Po says, what nonsense is this? I only came for Peng Hu. The second son says, enough is enough. Now I want you to apologize. Yang Po says, what for? The second son says, apologize because you spoke rudely to my subordinate. Come on, apologize now. Lian is shocked hearing this. Yang Po says, what? Lian says to the second son, everything is fine, young master. The second son says, but I am not fine. Lian doesn't understand what she should say. Approaching Yang Po, the second son says, Yang Po, you dared to speak rudely to my subordinate, so I want you to get on your knees and apologize to her. Yang Po says, ha, did you just say that I should get on my knees and apologize to this fatty? The second son says, look, you are running your mouth again. Yang Po says, have you gone mad? I would rather rather die than apologize to her. The second son says, so you would like to die. He thinks, this is exactly what I wanted to hear. He says, all right, I will fulfill your wish right now, and pulls out his sword. Yang Po and Lian are shocked to see this. Yang Po says, you have really gone crazy. The second son says, get on your knees and apologize or fight me. Make a decision. But remember this, your master won't like it if you back down. Yang Po says, why are you escalating things so much? The second son says, I don't care about that. You looked down on her. I also don't understand. You came here with a group to take revenge. Whatever it is, I will not allow you to insult my subordinates. Hearing this, Lian feels very good and starts looking at the second son. Yang Po says, so you really want to kill me for that pig? The second son says, I value her that much. Yang Po takes out his sword to fight. From behind him, his companions say, don't do this, Yang Po. Lian stops the second son, but the second son also shows her his hand. Both of them stand facing each other with their swords drawn. Yang Po says, now since you are the heavenly demon's son, I will only take your hand instead of your life, and immediately moves forward to attack with the sword. Everyone keeps watching. The second son remains standing there. Yang Po immediately strikes a slash. The second son dodges that attack and thrusts his sword right into his mouth, through and through. Everyone is completely surprised to see this. The second son tells him, the only reason for your death is your mouth. You used your mouth to insult my subordinates, and that same mouth refused to apologize. Lian is shocked seeing him do this. The second son pulls the sword out of his mouth, and he dies on the spot. Yang Po's companions are scared. The second son kills him without a second thought, not even thinking about what will happen next. And he dies on the spot. And now we see his companions coming towards young Po, shouting his name. They say to the second son, what were you thinking when you did this? Will you be able to handle what happens next? The second son says, your mouths are also just like his. Both of them get completely terrified. He says, you will say exactly what I tell you to say. If you dare to say anything else, I will hunt you down and kill you. Both of them, scared, pick him up and run away immediately. Just then, the second son hears a voice. Why did you do that? The second son says, what? Lian says, I'm asking why you did this for someone like me. Hearing this, the second son thinks, Lian, you are still worried about me, even though you are so sad inside. He says, this is not for you. I gave death to those who deserved to die. Lian says, the Blood Heaven Bladesman will not let this go easily. The second son thinks, I can understand why Lian is scared. The 8 martial masters of the demonic cult who have a great reputation possess superior martial powers and subordinates. Even my father, the heavenly demon, cannot ignore this, and the Blood Heaven Swordsman is one of those 8 supreme demons. I crippled one of his disciples and killed the other disciple, he says. He won't do anything. He won't gain anything by getting involved in all this. If he does do something in the end, what will he achieve? He will only realize that he taught his own disciple incorrectly. Lian says, but won't his pride be hurt? The second son says, he doesn't have any such pride. Then, extending his hand and placing it on her shoulder, he says, whatever happens, you don't need to worry about me, and starts walking ahead. He thinks, if I look at it, I will gain something after killing Yang Po. I broke the hand of Peng Hu who fought me, and now I have killed Yang Po. Everyone's attention in the cult will be on me. If points are being awarded in the Successors War, then it means I must have received at least 1 point. Lian says from behind, young master, thank you for what you did for me today. I am very happy that you took my side today. I am saying this from the bottom of my heart. The second son smiles and says, don't even try to forget this day in your life. Lian says, okay. The second son thinks, keep smiling like this, Lian. I want you to smile like this for the rest of your life. After that, we see the moon, and the second son is sitting on the roof thinking, if I think about it, I had run away drowning in defeat when the demonic cult was shut down. That pain was such that I couldn't have lived if I didn't have a goal in my life to chase after. If I hadn't found the great regression technique, things wouldn't have been like this. Just then, he senses fear. He looks and sees a sword right next to his face, in which his face is clearly reflected, and behind him sits someone in anger. He turns his gaze to look and gets a bit scared, because that person is the Blood blood heaven swordsman, and he is quite angry. The second son thinks, I didn't expect him so soon. He would come. Given my current state, can I dodge this sword? No matter how much knowledge I have from my past life, my inner energy is very low, so I cannot dodge it. Then he looks and sees the sword removed from his neck. Chinpa sits beside him, looks at him with a smile, and says, so tell me why you did that. The second son speaks nervously. I did it because he acted like a fool. Chinpa says, really? The second son says, did you come here to fight me, the heavenly demon's second youngest son who doesn't care about fools? Hearing this, Chinpa stands up and places the sword on his neck again. He says, if I cut off your head and take it to show the heavenly demon, will it matter to him? The second son says, I don't think this blade of yours will be able to cut my head if you think about my father's dangerous eyes. Chinpa removes his sword again and sits down immediately, and he draws a line, then draws another line. The second son does not understand and asks, what is this? Chinpa says, how much the heavenly demon worries about you, this entire ratio is yours. The second son says, so I take the majority. Chinpa watches as he climbs down and draws a line, saying, after all, I am his son, so he must worry about me at least this much. Chinpa starts laughing and says, then why don't we test it? What do you think? Will he kill me or leave me alive if I go to him holding your head in my hand? The second son says, it seems you have greatly misunderstood the father's love, the heavenly demon's love here. Chinpa says, that is why I am saying, why not test it? His energy starts pouring out completely. The second son gets a bit too scared. He smiles and says, there is no need to test it. He has 2 sons and you are only one. Chinpa smiles again and says, you are not a fool like my disciple. The second son stands up and says, if your disciple had been like you, he would still be alive right now. Chinpa says, second young master, I have spent my entire life lived with misfortune. I pray we don't meet often. The second son says, okay, I will remember this. And Chinpa leaves from there. The second son is trembling with fear as he watches him leave. After that, he feels pain. He lifts his clothes and looks. There are 2 red marks from the sword. These are the marks from when Chinpa asked him why he did that while placing his sword on him. The second son says, that old man. He thinks, looking at the blood heaven bladesman, it seems he does everything as he pleases, but that is not the case. He calculates everything carefully, then makes a plan and executes it. And the truth is, he said twice that he would take my head to father. This means he was really thinking of doing it. He came here to see me. I have left a deep impression by fighting his disciple. He must have thought there was something else behind my wish to hunt with father. It seems he wanted to test me, and most importantly, I killed his disciple. He came to see if I am worthy of becoming the successor or not. Will my first opponent be the blood heaven bladesman? After that, he leaves to train to grow his inner energy and tries to infuse energy into the air. He keeps training. Just then, he senses something and gets a bit shocked. He immediately goes to the roof of the house and sees a person standing in front, and it is the heavenly demon. The second son says, Father. His father says, I heard you killed the blood heaven sword demon's disciple. The second son thinks about what he should say, then says with a smile, yes, he deserved to die. His father says, it doesn't matter if he deserved to die. The blood heaven sword demon came to me about this matter. The second son says, what? His father says, he wants you to be punished. The second son says, you're saying that the blood heaven sword demon came to you because I killed his disciple and wants me punished? His father says, yes, I didn't expect that either, because he is not like that. He would make such a demand over the death of a disciple. Hearing this, the second son thinks, the blood heaven sword demon wants to test us. He wants to see what the relationship is like between my father and me, whether my father will punish me or not, and also what punishment he will give me. And he will also find out whether I am a candidate to be father's successor or not. His father says, so I am thinking of punishing you. Hearing this, the second son gets a bit surprised and says, you have no reason to punish me. His father says, reasons can be created. When we were hunting, you asked me which supreme demon I trust the most, didn't you? He says, yes, I asked. He remembers asking his father, which supreme demon do you trust the most? His father had not given any answer at that time. He answers him now, I do not trust any of the supreme demons. demons. Hearing this, the second son is surprised. His father says, "You said there is a need to maintain hierarchy and discipline within the cult. Don't talk nonsense about removing corruption. I want to hear what you really think." His father keeps looking. The second son also stands there thinking, then speaks, "I feel that somewhere we have lost the way of the demon." His father is surprised to hear this. Lost the way of the demon? Lost the way of the demon? What does this mean? The second son says, "I think the way of the demon means the demon should believe that only your cult can defeat absolute evil." His father says, "Defeating absolute evil?" He remains a bit surprised. The second son says, "Yes, I don't think the orthodox factions are different from our cult." His father says, "If it is not the orthodox factions, then what is it?" The second son says, "The absolute evil." Hearing this, his father is very surprised. The second son says, "I am talking about the absolute evil that is united and extremely ruthless. No human in this world can withstand them. Even demons do not like them and have separated from them. The justice and civility that the orthodox factions advocate talk about might be able to deal with lesser evils, but I don't think that they are capable of dealing with even absolute evil. In the end, the roots of the orthodox factions, forgive me, as long as they value people, how can they stand against evil? Against that evil which has abandoned its humanity and is out of control. In Muram, we are the only ones who can destroy evil, that evil which is very bad and keeps getting worse. When even the orthodox faction cannot handle that great evil and kneels before us, that is the moment I feel we will find our demon way." His father keeps listening intently. The second son speaks, "If we cannot fulfill the demon way, then we cannot move forward at all. We must punish ourselves so that we can survive." Looking at his father, he sees he is deep in thought. He thinks, "I can say with guarantee that father would not have learned these things nor heard them anywhere, because I didn't learn this myself nor realize it when I was in this cult. I only realized this when I roamed the Central Plains for my entire life." His father says, "Do you have any other arrogant thoughts?" Hearing this, the second son says, "No, that is enough." His father says, "I think I figured out why the Blood Heaven Sword Demon wants me to punish you. He saw something in you, and by using me, he wants to test you." The second son says, "It seems he saw the possibility of me being a candidate for the successor." His father says, "Or perhaps he saw in you that you were someone who will ruin everything in the cult." The second son says, "Whatever it is, that old man's eyes are truly very sharp. He notices everything carefully." His father looks at him and says, "Follow me." The second son asks, "Where are we going at this hour?" And they arrive outside the Minor Heaven Cave. Seeing it, the second son thinks, "The Minor Heaven Cave. This is the place where one can become a disciple candidate of the heavenly demon, and where the heavenly demon's children are sent to be tested. Going inside is easy, but if you cannot complete its trials, you will be stuck in there forever. Its success rate is 50-50. Heavenly demon." Half of the people blood related to the heavenly demon got lost just by going inside. This place is that dangerous. Even my brother, who holds big ambitions, never even spoke of going inside. But this is the place I must pass through at least once to become the heavenly demon. He asks his father, "Are you saying I should go inside this place?" His father says, "When I was your age, I also went in here." The second son asks, "How long did it take to come out?" His father says, 2 months. The second son gets completely shocked hearing this. Among all people, father is so talented in martial arts, the heavenly demon, yet it took him 2 months to come out. His father says, "I was the only one who came out in 2 months. Everyone else mostly took 3 years. The second son says, "Do you want me to go inside, and that too without any preparation?" His father says, "I told you I would punish you." Hearing this, the second son thinks, "Father, you are sending me to a place where I might even die, just because the Blood Heaven Sword Demon wants you to punish me? Do you really not care about your son if he dies? Or is it your wish that I become strong and come out alive?" The second son says with a smile, "Okay, now that it has come to this, I will show you by coming out even faster than you." His father smiles and says, "Just try to stay alive." After that, we see the second son walking inside through the hallway thinking, how dangerous dangerous is this place after all that so many people got stuck in it? Just then he sees there are many pillars around. Walking forward, he sees a pillar next to him. On that pillar, it is written, "Kill all your enemies using sword aura and enhanced sword aura. If you cannot do it on time, you will get the next chance after 10 days. Third, whoever is ready should stand in the crimson circle." Reading this, he thinks, I will get a second chance after 10 days, and in those 10 days, I will have to survive by eating grains. There is no need to waste time. I will start right now. As soon as he enters the crimson circle, as soon as he stands in the crimson circle, he looks around and robot-type enemies stand up surrounding him on all sides, and all of them have a red mark on them. Seeing this, the second son realizes, it seems I have to slash exactly on those marks. Immediately stepping out of the crimson circle, he starts attacking. He sees there are many of them and keeps hitting everyone continuously with single slashes, and in the blink of an eye he kills quite a few of them. And if he doesn't hit the red line on those robots and accidentally hits somewhere else, he will fail, and then he will have to wait for 10 days. Looking at it, he thinks, this is many times more difficult than I thought. His gaze goes to where the puppets came from. They're starting to go back inside, and he has to stop them before they go in. He sees 3 puppets going inside. Immediately moving forward, he slashes those 3 one by one. He looks to the other side and sees 3 more are left. Immediately he runs there too and slashes all 3. Then only 1 is left, and it is quite far and is about to go inside. He runs towards it speedily. In the blink of an eye, he slashes the mark on its neck. He looks around and sees it is all over. He thinks, I narrowly escaped waiting for another 10 days. If my attention had wavered even a little, I would have been done for. If I had done this with my skills from before the regression, passing even the first trial would have been almost impossible. He sees a door open and starts leaving through it. Then his gaze falls on the wall. All the candidates who had come here have written on the wall, I completed this trial in 9 attempts. Another says, I did this trial in 16 attempts, and I did this trial in 37 attempts. I will die in this place just like this if I don't complete it. Damn it, I tried my best to go out, but there is no way out. I completed this trial in 6 attempts. I consider myself strong. Seeing this, the second son thinks, it seems this writing belongs to those who came here before. He looks and finally sees his father's writing, which says, I completed it in 6 attempts, and I consider myself powerful. Laughing, the second son thinks, by the way, this isn't wrong either. I can't believe I am cheating my ancestors. Gave them. He goes into the next room and sees many weapons hanging on the wall all around. Seeing this, he thinks that looking at all these weapons, it seems he will have to use one of them in the coming trial to complete it. On the pillar, the first point is written, use a sword to cut the stone into 2 parts within 2 hours. You can use sword aura and enhanced sword aura. The second point is, if you cannot do this in time, you will get the second trial after 20 days. Third point, whoever is ready should stand in the crimson circle. The second son stands immediately without thinking anything, and a pillar rises in front of him with a stone inside it. Seeing it, he thinks, I have to cut this in 2 hours. This is too much time to cut a ball. If I use enhanced sword aura, I can cut 100 such balls in 2 hours. But if I have to complete it within 2 hours, there must be a reason. He picks up the sword and immediately hits the ball, and his sword breaks. It seems just slashing won't work. If that is the case, I will cut it with enhanced sword aura and quickly go to the next trial. He immediately enhances the sword with aura, lifts his sword to strike, looks, and then stops. He thinks, is it this easy to pass? After all, how much time did it take for other people? He looks at the wall and it is written, I cut it right through the middle using enhanced sword aura in 1 trial. Another wrote, I took this trial 89 times and tried to cut it without enhanced sword aura, but I failed. In the end, I used enhanced sword aura. The third wrote, I cut it without enhanced sword aura. The fourth wrote, how did you do it after all? I cannot believe it. I cannot use enhanced sword aura. So how do I do this? The fourth one wrote, the person who wrote that he cut it without enhanced sword aura is lying. And many such things are written there. The second son thinks, what about my father? Just then, in one place, it is written, complete nonsense. If there is heat there, you will lose. Reading this, he thinks, what was he saying after all? He was always talking about himself and passed the first trial. Just then he thinks, what was the first point? You can use sword aura and enhanced sword aura. After all, why is that? It means one can pass this trial without using sword aura and enhanced sword aura, and Father had given a slight warning that using enhanced sword aura generates heat. The second son doesn't understand that much. He hits it with the sword and the sword breaks. Then he takes a hammer and hits it, but nothing happens to the ball with that either. He keeps hitting it continuously from all sides with the hammer. Then he gets tired and becomes completely angry. I am not even able to put a scratch on this, and I have to cut it without using enhanced sword aura. My time is just about to run out. Should I use enhanced sword aura and pass? Then he stops right there and takes a deep breath. Inside, he thinks about what his father had said. Father had cut this ball without using enhanced sword aura, and just then it clicks in his mind. Could it be? After that, he concentrates on his inner energy and sends his energy towards the ball. He senses the ball from all sides. That is when he realizes, I figured it out a little. There is a line in this ball. I couldn't see it by looking with naked eyes. Then he lifts his sword and concentrates on striking a slash exactly where that line is. This is not an illusion. There is a line in it, a perfect line, and immediately he strikes a slash. The ball gets cut from the middle finally, and the second son feels very relieved. He becomes happy. I did it! He looks inside, and there is one thing, and that is a demonic essence pill. We see that if a demonic human who has learned demonic martial arts eats this, they receive a lot of energy. If I had cut this ball with enhanced sword aura, this demonic pill would have exploded from the heat. This reward is given to the one who cuts that ball with just a sword without generating heat. Thanking his father, he eats that pill. After that, he sits down to concentrate on his inner energy, and in a short time, his body starts glowing with demonic energy, and a lot of energy starts flowing around him. Then he absorbs all that energy inside himself. He opens his eyes and stands up. Then he cannot hold back. Yes, I can feel a powerful strength inside my body that I was not feeling before. The thing I was feeling a lack of was energy, and I have obtained it. Moving forward, he finds another trial. First, it is written, recognize life and death. Second, if you fail, you will get a chance after 5 days. Third, whoever is ready should stand in the crimson circle. The second son thinks, the difference between life and death? What kind of trial is this after all? As he stands inside the circle, a pillar appears in front of him. Immediately, he sees that many things of different types are kept on that pillar, and they are all herbs. Seeing this, the second son understands that this trial requires identifying which of the herbs is poisonous. Smiling, he thinks, Ryoja had asked me for ingredients which I searched for in many places. I recognize all the herbs, which one is poisonous and which is not, and also what effect each has. This trial will be quite easy for me. And he picks up a herb from that pillar. This is the only thing that is not poisonous. That pillar immediately goes inside and comes out again with new herbs. Seeing this, he thinks this trial is for those who pick the right herb by luck. This remains their second test to see whether they have knowledge of it or not. If someone does not know anything, they pick it up and eat it to see. And he picks up a herb again, and that also turns out to be correct. The pillar immediately goes inside. Seeing this, he thinks it is not coming back again. Is it over right here? He turns his gaze to the other side and sees a door open. While leaving, he looks at what people have written who have done this trial. If it goes on like this, I will become poisonous. Second person, what fool keeps such a test? Such poisonous things never come in front of us easily. Fourth person, there must be something here to figure it out. Fifth person, I succeeded in the 96th trial. Sixth person, my hair fell out from eating poisonous herbs repeatedly. Moving forward, the second son thinks, when father told me not to rely on luck, it meant remembering everything well in the very first trial, and he reaches the final trial. First, you will have to survive the illusory life and death trap formation. Second, if you die in the trap formation, you will die for real. Third, whoever is ready should stand in the crimson circle. The second son thinks, if I fail in this trial, I will die. Then he looks at what those who completed this trial have written. This is truly very difficult. When I become the heavenly demon one day, I will find the person who created this this illusory life and death trap formation and kill him. Second person, this is truly scary and difficult. Third person, I will never step into the illusory life and death trap formation again. Fourth person, do not rest. The second son remembers this, and when he goes and stands in the crimson circle, he stands in the crimson circle and thinks, there are already many hints here to tell me how I will live my life from now on. And then the illusory trap formation begins. Things around him start changing. In the blink of an eye, he reaches somewhere else, a barren place. Looking at it, he thinks about all this. He touches the ground and sees how real it feels. The illusory life and death trap formation. It is something to think about. Could it create something that feels so real? He looks around and sees zombies standing all around him. I couldn't find another word, so I'm choosing this. They have various types of weapons in their hands. Seeing them, he thinks, so this is the illusion. I can truly feel their presence here. It is true that these people will try to kill me, but I have a very good opportunity, and immediately taking out his sword, he gets ready to fight. All the zombies move forward together to attack. The second son remains standing there. Just then he realizes someone is striking from behind. Immediately ducking and sitting down, he thrusts the sword right into its head. He had just killed it when 3 or 4 more attack together, and they attack, but the second son immediately jumps and escapes. He thinks, now that I am not fighting humans, I can fight them without any hesitation, and he infuses inner energy into the sword and strikes a slash, due to which half of them get cut just like that. He thinks, because of the demonic essence pill, I can use my energy easily. He looks and sees many more people standing around holding their weapons, and immediately they attack again. The second son takes a deep breath and uses inner energy. They keep attacking. Meanwhile, he kills everyone one by one with his sword, and whoever is where gets cut right there completely, and there is a lot of bloodshed. He looks and sees no one is attacking now because there is no one around. He thinks, is this over? It will really feel bad if it ended just like this. Just then, he senses it, then smiles because those zombies have come back, and this time they are a bit stronger. So this truly, until now, is not over yet. The energy I am feeling from them right now is quite powerful. Immediately going there, he separates one's head from its torso. He looks and sees someone shot an arrow, and he barely dodges it. He is panting a lot. Just then, another attacks with his sword. He dodges that and escapes too. He thinks the enemies are slowly getting stronger, but in his mind he recalls what his father had written, do not rest. I understood what that means. Immediately he thrusts his sword into one's mouth, turns around and thrusts it into another's mouth. After my regression, this first fight felt like a real battle, and for me, who has to fight continuously risking my life, it feels like I hate my past self. Now, slowly, my former self and my current self are becoming one. Just then, opponents attack from a distance. Seeing this, he immediately spins his sword and reflects all the attacks, and those attacks hit them instead, and many die just like that. He says, come on. Then he thrusts his sword into one's body and tears him right through the middle, and he falls. The second son starts panting and sweating a lot. Looking around, he thinks, is it over? And the illusion ends. He returns to the original place. It is written on the pillar, congratulations on passing the trials safely. Seeing this, the second son thinks, I passed all the trials. I did all these things in just one day. My father took 3 full months, but if people find out about this, there will be a huge uproar in the cult. If I leave early, people will get suspicious. He thinks a bit about what to do, then decides, I will stay here and train. I will fully learn these insights that I have learned here and make them completely my own. And then he goes back after 100 days. The heavenly demon says, you took a full 100 days. The second son says, I tried my best, but couldn't break your record. His father says, did you cut the stone ball correctly? The second son says, yes, easily, because of the huge hint you left. And I didn't even rest in the final illusion trap formation. Hearing this, his father smiles a little. The second son looks and thinks, did he just smile? His father makes his face like before again. Then looking at him, he thinks, did I see it wrong? His father says, it seems at least you are not a fool. The second son says, yes, after all, I am the heavenly demon's son. Hearing this, his father says nothing. Looking at him, the second son thinks, before my regression, I used to think father enjoyed putting his own children through life and death to become the successor. But now I have understood him. He is the person who endures the death of his children for his cult, I am completely sure he must not enjoy seeing them fight each other like this. Just then he hears a voice. It is something to think about. You came out of that minor heaven cave in just 100 days. Second young master, that was amazing. He looks and sees this is the second in command in the cult. In the cult, he is the person father trusts, the chief advisor, Sima Mian. The second son immediately gives greetings. After a long time, advisor Sima. Sima says, "It is good to see you here. By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something regarding the cult." The second son says, "With me?" He thinks if he wants to talk about the cult, it means father wants him to do this. Sima says, "Yes, we just received an anonymous letter. It talks about the corruption going on in the demonic army." Hearing this, the second son thinks, the demonic army? That is our combat group, and the leader of that demonic army must be a blood-related sibling of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon is involved again. Sima says, "Last year we received another letter for a separate investigation, but the investigation ended in failure. The special investigation officer was brutally killed." The second son says, "By the demonic army?" Sima says, "Yes, by the demonic army itself, and that person committed suicide after killing him. I would like you to become a special investigation officer and look into this matter. Look into this yourself." Hearing this, the second son thinks, this will be quite dangerous. If anyone is found involved in corruption, they will be executed immediately. If someone dares to get involved in corruption, they will do anything to hide their crimes. Even if the investigation officer is the heavenly demon's son, it won't change anything. He says, "You are sending me to do this thing. I could die there." Sima says, "Yes, you are right. You will have to bet your life on this mission." Looking at his father, he thinks, is this another one of father's tests? His father says, "You were the one who said you have to keep everything under control." The second son says, "That is for when I become the heavenly demon." His father says, "So you are saying you were afraid to do this right now?" The second son says, "If you put this mission like that, how can I refuse? I understood well. I will complete this mission." Both look at each other. The second son thinks, I don't know what father's plan is, but I will put on a good performance for him. He says, "And also, since this might be the last time, can I have a drink with you?" His father says nothing and immediately gets up and leaves from there. The second son is left watching. He says he shows strength on the outside, but inside he cares about us. Sima says, "I didn't feel anything like that from his face." The second son cannot say anything. After that, we see another place where the second son lives. Someone has come to meet him there who will take part in that mission. He tells his name. "Nice to meet you. I am Special Investigation Officer Seo Daryon from the Nirvana Pavilion." Seeing him, the second son says, "Why are you here? I told the chief advisor to send the most beautiful girls from the Nirvana Pavilion." Daryon says, "It seems that in his eyes, I must be the most beautiful girl there." Hearing this, the second son gets irritated and starts looking at him. He says, "Whatever, let's go." Daryon says, "We are going right now?" The second son says, "Yes." Then both of them keep talking while walking ahead. The second son asks, "What kind of person is the commander of the demonic army?" Daryon tells him, "The name of the demonic army's commander is Qing Yan. He is Cheon Pa's younger brother, the brother of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. This year marks his 8th year as the commander of the demonic army. There are many types of dangers in the demonic army's missions. That is why they raise their levels and they are known as the elite army." The second son says, "This means they are good at their job." Daryon says, "Yes, you are right." The second son keeps walking ahead, then stops and starts looking at him. Daryon says, "What happened?" The second son asks, "Do you not want to investigate the corruption in the demonic army?" Daryon says, "I fully intend to do this." The second son says, "Then why do you look like this and why are you talking like this? I don't see any enthusiasm in you at all." Daryon says, "It is because even if we bring corruption to light, nothing will change." Hearing this, the second son thinks, does he mean that until the cult's executives change, nothing will change? Then walking ahead, he says, "Are you scared?" Daryon says, "No, not at all." The second son says, "So that's the matter. The previous special investigation officer had died." Daryon says, "The previous special investigation officer was my direct superior who died there, and he was the one who taught me." Hearing this, he gets surprised and turns to look at him. Daryon also keeps looking at him. Daring comes to second son. They talk and leave for their mission. Now we see them arriving at the demonic dragon court. Upon arrival, they see Qing Yang's people standing outside. They ask, "Who are you guys?" Ryong says, "My name is Ryong, special investigator from Nirvana Pavilion. Now step aside, we have some business with the demonic army commander." Hearing Ryong's words, second son thinks he has quite a lot of guts. The guards say, "Special investigator? But you don't look like one at all." The other one says, "You cannot go until permission is obtained from the higher-ups." Ryong shows the document and says, "Here, this is the order document." The guard looks at it and says, "Please wait right here, we will report to the superior." Ryong says, "There is no need for that because we will meet the superior ourselves." The guard says, "I already told you, right? You cannot go inside without the higher-ups' permission." Ryong says, "Are you people stopping a special investigator who has the order document?" The guard says, "What is this nonsense? Special investigator or not, once you come here, you have to follow the law." Ryong says, "Nonsense." The guard says, "Yes, nonsense. You only have a title of special investigator. Without that, you are nothing." Ryong is unable to say anything. Second son says, "I just want to ask you one thing. Do you guys know me?" The guards say, "Yes, we know." Second son moves forward and says, "So you know, and even while knowing me, you are doing all this?" And he punches both of them hard at the same time, and the impact of that punch hits them very badly. Both of them are left in a terrible state. Second son says, "Even knowing me, you guys are acting like this." Seeing second son doing this, Ryong is shocked. Second son says, "Ryong, stop standing there and show the way." Ryong says, "What? Oh, okay." As they move forward, there are even more guards inside the house. Not just one, but many, and all are eager to block the path. Showing the document, Ryong says, "Can't you people see this? You are currently standing in the way of an official investigation. Do you all want to go to jail right now?" And hearing all this, no one cares at all. Just then, a person comes from behind and says, "Where did these idiots come from to cause a ruckus?" Ryong says, "I am Special Investigator Ryong. What is your identity?" That person says, "I am Guo Dun, First Corps Captain of the Demonic Army. Is that enough for you idiots?" Ryong softly tells second son, "This person is the second in command of this place. In the Demonic Army, he is the most notorious for doing dirty work." Guo says, "Why aren't you saying anything?" And he moves forward. Ryong says, "Captain Guo, I am a special investigator from Nirvana Pavilion. That is why we have come here on official orders. Think before you speak." Guo says, "Think before I speak? If I don't think, what will you do?" Ryong says, "You all will be arrested. You people have insulted the special investigators who have come from Nirvana Pavilion." Guo says, "Will arrest us?" All of Guo's companions start laughing. Hearing this, second son keeps looking at everyone. Guo says, "I am so scared hearing your words. I would like to see what you will do." Ryong gets a little nervous. Second son then says, "Captain Guo, it's been a long time." Hearing this, he falls into thought. "Huh?" Second son says, "When did we meet last time? I think the last time we met was at a banquet." And he extends his hand for a handshake. Guo extends his hand and says, "Huh? What are you saying?" And just then, second son grabs his hand and twists it, and he feels a lot of pain. Second son says, "We have some important business with the commander of the demonic army, so stop harassing us and let us go now." He says softly, "If you try anything, you will lose your hand for the rest of your life." He speaks softly. There are some people who misunderstand things. They feel that the sword won't work on them just because they were born noble. Second son says, "Do you think you can catch the sword with your hand?" Go says, "Let's see if the sword falls or your guts." "No, today I'm meeting him for the first time." Ryong says, "Then why did he move out of the way?" Second son says, "When I grabbed his hand, I gently broke his hand. So for a while he will have to eat with one hand." Ryong shouts, "What?" Second son says, "Stop making so much noise and just quickly show the way." Ryong says, "Okay, sir. The demonic army commander's office is on the 7th floor. Let's go." As they go forward, more people are standing there to block their way. They say, "You guys cannot meet him until you get an appointment." Second son says, "What is this? Aren't these people tired of this yet?" He tells them, "Step aside. We have come here on an official investigation." The guards say, "We cannot do this." Second son shows the document and says, "You are trying to stop the order document. You are not stopping us. That means you are stopping the cult leader himself." Hearing this, they get a little scared. Second son says, "You can look down on us, but I don't think you can look down on these documents. Or are you truly looking down on the cult leader himself?" And hearing this, they get even more scared. They immediately say, "Let the second young master pass." After that, they reach the commander. Go Chen Yang says, "Welcome, second young master. It seems my people did not treat treat you well. They are quite arrogant, so please understand a little. Seeing him, second son thinks, the demonic army commander, Go Chen-yang. I can feel his powerful strength from this thin, ordinary body. Because of that energy, Ri-yang is feeling a little nervous. He says, those people were just coming to fight us. It seems those people have a lot of time on their hands. Instead of doing all this, they should read some books. Chen-yang says, there is a saying that the arrogant are brave. Second son says, that is an old saying. In these times, those who possess knowledge are the brave ones. They are not just good at strategies. They know exactly what needs to be done and accomplished. Chen-yang says, oh, it seems that because of old age, I am stuck in those times. Second son looks and thinks, even after provoking him, he is so calm. Chen-yang says, but how did you end up on this investigation task at this time? Second son says, it seems father is trying to punish me. Chen-yang is surprised. To punish you? Second son says, I made a small mistake during the hunting. Hearing this, Chen-yang laughs loudly. Second son thinks, these people must be puzzled thinking about why I was sent as an investigator. Chen-yang says, why did Nirvana Pavilion start an investigation after all? Was a big letter sent this time as well, just like last time? Ri-yung speaks nervously. We cannot tell you that. Second son says, yes, we received a very large letter. Hearing this from second son, Ri-yung is shocked. Chen-yang says, I knew it. Being in this position and leading the demonic army, it involves arrogant and rude people. I have received infamy for everything. It is truly exhausting. Second son says, we will finish the investigation as soon as possible. I hope so too. If anything goes wrong, you will understand. Chen-yang says, that really sounds bad. Goes wrong? I thought our relationship was much more than that. Second son says, is it not true? The Blood Heaven Sword Demon is supporting my brother. Chen-yang says, still, my brother is himself, and I am myself. Yet we are supporting you. Second son smiles and says, listening to this, it seems you rely on yourself, so I trust you. You will cooperate for a few days. Chen-yang says, I also trust you. After leaving this room, a place has been prepared for both of you to stay. Second son says, okay, if that is the case, then... Just then, Chen-yang speaks up. Oh yes, be a little careful. I am truly worried about you. Second son turns around and says, are you perhaps talking about that matter, the previous investigator who was killed in the incident? Chen-yang laughs and says, oh, not that. I don't think the cult leader would send his son here to die. I am just concerned. Second son says, I am grateful for your concern, so I will be leaving now. And second son starts to leave from there. Chen-yang looks at second son very intently. Second son and Ri-yang both leave. Second son smiles and thinks, it seems my father's intention in sending me here is this: either you die or I die. After that, we see inside the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Sima speaks to the Heavenly Demon. This is no small matter. Instead of the second young master, I should have handled this. The Heavenly Demon says, he told me that we have lost the demonic path. Hearing this, Sima is surprised and says, so that is why you sent him there. He falls into thought. Just for these words, the cult leader sent him there. The Heavenly Demon says, if he dares to talk big, then he must prove it by action. Hearing this, Sima is completely shocked. How can this be? Sima speaks to the Heavenly Demon. Investigating is my job, so why was second son sent there? The Heavenly Demon says, he told me that we have lost the demonic path. Now when he talks so big, he will have to prove it. And hearing this, Sima is completely shocked. He thinks in his mind but does not speak. Just for such a small thing he sent him there? Now we see a crow and someone has killed it and hung it in the hallway, and everyone keeps talking among themselves about this very thing. What do these people want to do after all? Why did they hang a dead crow? Those bastards from Nirvana Pavilion are scumbag investigators. So what? And second son and Ri-yang keep watching all this from behind. Looking at everyone, second son thinks the ones who stopped us at the entrance are complaining the most, and just then a person's voice is heard. Isn't this a bit too much? Both of them start looking at him to see who he is, and that person is Jang Ha. Seeing him, second son says, who are you? He says, I am the third corps commander of the demonic army, Jang Ha. Ri-yang softly tells second son about him. Jang Ha has the most powerful martial arts among all the commanders, and he is also a bit hot-headed. Second son says, Commander Jang, are you complaining about something? Jang Ho shouts and says, do I have to say it with my own mouth? What do you want to achieve by hanging such an ominous thing where people come and go? Second son says, someone someone from the demonic army threw this on my bed, so I thought this thing was cultural for you people. Jang Ho says, instead of hanging such an ominous thing there, you could have punished the person who did this to you. For a moment, both of them look at each other. Then second son says, okay, fine. Then I will start with you. Jang Ho says, what are you saying? Second son says, investigation. Jang Ho falls into thought and says, why all of a sudden? Everyone is completely surprised. Ryong himself is shocked. Second son says, submit all records of Commander Jang Ho and all financial matters and whatever things he does, everything. Jang Ho shouts and says, even you cannot do something like this to me. Both of them look at each other. Then Jang Ho immediately stomps on the ground hard. Second son says, I can do this. Look, you are free to get angry, but if you stand in the way of the investigation, you will be charged with treason. Everyone holds Jang Ho back, saying, sir, let it be. Second son says, I will start the investigation with the commander, meaning you. Jang Ho says, fine, let's see this to the end. Then after that, we see the investigation begins. Both of them are sitting face to face in a room and looking at each other closely. Second son says, how long will you keep testing me? Jang Ho says, what do you mean? Second son says, you were the one who sent the letter. Ryong is completely shocked to hear this. The one who sent the letter was Jang? Why is the young master thinking like this after all? Jang Ho says, what exactly are you talking about? Second son looks at him. Jang Ho's eyes lower, and then he says, how do you know this? Second son says, you also interfered in yesterday's incident, even though you weren't supposed to. This was so that no one would suspect the commander of the demonic army, and you could avoid that. Jang Ho says, you are right. Second son says, when I hung the crow up, only the third corps members was in control, and his companions neither laughed nor cursed. Hearing all this, Jang Ho remains surprised. Second son keeps speaking. A short while ago, your companions were worried about you. That is why they stopped you. I can tell from their actions. Someone who runs his group with integrity cannot ignore such things. He cannot watch corruption within his organization. For a moment, both become silent. Second son thinks, this is not the only reason I guessed. That time when Ryong told me via transmission, I remembered an incident from my past life involving the demonic army strong corps commander, and in that the corps commander died. When there were troubles inside the demonic army, this very large letter was sent so that all this could be resolved. He was definitely killed because of that very thing. Jang Ho says, I did not believe the letter would even work. That is why I did not write everything in it. Still, I never thought that second young master would come here to investigate. Second son says, so that is how it is. And what did you think when I heard about it? Jang Ho says, forgive me, but I thought we were done for. Second son laughs and says, Ryong, is it so famous for a youngster to speak the truth these days? Ryong says, you are even younger than us. Second son says, oh yes? He speaks to Jang Ho. Whatever it is, what is actually happening in this place? Jang Ho says, the commander of the demonic army is using the demonic army for himself. He is taking money for assassination requests and making his companions do this work. Hearing this, second son is completely shocked. What? He falls into thought. I thought he was taking bribes from some martial arts group, as I had imagined. Manipulating martial masters in the demonic army to his will is already a huge problem. But now he is just moving forward for financial gain. Ryong says, how can this be possible after all? Second son says, it can happen by reducing the number of demonic army members. It could be the first corps that is doing all this. Jang Ho is surprised to hear this. How do you know this? Second son says, that is exactly how I found out. When I saw the third corps' reaction, it was the first corps members who stopped us, and they were the ones complaining the most about the hanging crow. And how did you know that it was me? Jang Ho looks and lowers his gaze, saying, the martial artist who killed the previous investigator and committed suicide was my friend, and he was the first person to send such a big letter. Second son asks, how close were you to him? Jang Ho becomes very sad and tells him, we joined the cult at the same time. We were like family. Second son asks, who do you think killed him? Jang Ho says, I am sure the demonic army commander gave the orders, and Guo, the first corps commander, killed him himself. Hearing this, second son thinks, if whatever Jang Ho is saying is true, then it means there is excessive corruption within the demonic army, and the entire first corps is involved, and they even went so far as to kill an investigator. I am wondering if Father and Sima Mu truly knew about this. I'm sure they must have understood to some extent. That is why they sent me here. They are testing me. me. They want to see if I can resolve this incident or not, even though I am standing before the demonic army commander. He says, "You made a very good friend." Jang Ho says, "Yes, he was truly a very good friend. When he died, if I were also a good friend, I would have done something similar." Both of them keep listening. Then second son says, "Third Corps Commander Jang Ho, thank you for showing such courage." Hearing this, Jang Ho is completely surprised. Tears start coming to his eyes and he becomes very sad. For a moment, everyone becomes silent. Second son thinks, "Seeing this day, a hope is awakening in me for the lost demonic path. Inside the heavenly demon divine cult, in this place, I want such people to get important roles. Even though Jang Ho died in my previous life, I will not let him die this time. After my regression, I will save such people who are not meant to die." After that, we see Ryong and second son walking outside. Ryong says, "I heard rumors about you. You are quite different from them." Second son says, "What kind of rumors were they?" Ryong says, "Some rumors were that you are not worthy of becoming the heavenly demon. Forgive me." Second son looks at him and says, "It is fine. This could also be a form of praise." Ryong says, "What?" Second son says, "For me, becoming the heavenly demon is not something to be praised. I don't think right now our cult is being ruled by terror. Is this not the time to change it?" Hearing this, Ryong is completely shocked. Then both of them move forward. Second son thinks to himself, the cult must be changed. If not, then what awaits us ahead will destroy our family and bring an end to our cult. The next day, we see someone speaking to second son nervously. "There is some trouble there. I think you should go and see immediately." Both of them run there quickly. As soon as second son sees the scene, he is shocked. We see that the Nirvana Pavilion members are quite hurt. Ryong is also very injured, and one person is hurt quite badly and is lying on the ground. Second son shouts to everyone, "Stop!" He speaks to Ryong. "Ryong, are you hurt badly?" Ryong says, "I am fine, but my companions are hurt very badly." Second son looks at him. His bones are broken. He immediately says, "Take him to the hospital," and immediately they take him away for treatment. Everyone remains standing there. Second son looks and says, "Gu Dun, are you the one who did this?" Gu says, "You said it right." Second son says, "What was the reason that you hurt the Nirvana Pavilion?" Gu Dun says, "He bumped into my shoulder and was leaving without apologizing. I just taught him a good lesson." Second son says, "I'm sure you bumped into him, and even if he apologized, you would not have let him go." Gu Dun looks, then says, "Yes, that is true," and starts laughing. Second son says, "That is poison." Gu Dun says, "What poison?" Second son says, "Your companions are poison for you." Guo Dun says, "What nonsense is this?" Second son says, "Guo Dun, didn't you kill a cult member last year too? 2 years ago, you also killed 3 members and fought with them in a bar." He thinks his opponents were all low-rank martial artists. Before these things could get out, the demonic army suppressed everything for him. In response, Guo Dun says, "That is because there are many dim-witted people in this world who do not respect the demonic army." Second son says, "Do you know I have the authority to execute?" Hearing this, he is unable to say anything. For a moment, everyone remains frozen there. Then Guo Dun says, "So what if you have it? I don't think you are capable of carrying out an execution." Hearing this, second son thinks, "This is the poison I was talking about. Fools can act this way when they realize how the people around them view them. In such a situation, he should be scared before saying something like this. But instead, he is acting like this in front of his companions. His head is stuck quite far up his ass. He has no idea on what stage he is standing. He takes a step forward. Seeing this, Guo Dun's companions immediately come in front of Guo Dun. Guo Dun laughs and says, "If you mess with us, consider it messing with the demonic army. I am wondering if you have the guts." Second son says, "At least don't hide behind your companions." Guo Dun says, "My hands are injured because of some coward. Consider yourself lucky." Second son says, "Then I will not use my right hand. How is that? Shall we start fighting, just the two of us?" Guo Dun falls into thought, then laughs and says, "After getting injured here, you will have to deal with the cult leader." Second son says, "No responsibility will fall on you even if I die here. I swear on it." Hearing this, Ryong thinks, what is he doing after all? Guo Dun becomes very happy, takes out his sword and says, "Very good, let's fight then." Ryong tells second son that Guo Dun can use the sword with his left hand just as well as with his right hand. Hearing this, second son thinks, so that is why he is so confident in himself. Yes, and he takes out his sword and gets ready to fight too. Everyone watches carefully. Just Just then, Guodun slashes with his sword at second son, but he dodges it. Immediately, second son jumps. The ground completely breaks where the sword slash lands. Just then, second son's sword passes right by Guodun's head, but he dodges it. Second son lands on the ground, spins the sword in his hand, and immediately cuts off his entire left hand. Guodun screams loudly in pain. Just like that, second son hits Guodun on the face with the hilt of the sword. Guodun falls to the ground. Seeing this, everyone gets angry. "Bastards!" everyone says. "Protect the commander!" And they move forward to attack second son. Second son looks. Ryung sees this and shouts, "Second young master!" But second son is ready. In one stroke, he kills all of them by slashing their throats. They all fall to the ground together. Ryung and the others are completely shocked to see this. Second son tells everyone their crime was treason for which they just died. Just then, he hears a voice. "Please let me go." Second son looks, and it is Guodun speaking. Guodun remains lying on the ground. Second son says, "Do you know about the family of those you killed in the bar fight?" Covered in blood, Guodun is unable to say anything. Second son says, "I doubt it. You act as if you don't care at all. Those people lost their fathers, children, and husbands. Do you think they can live a normal life now?" Guodun speaks nervously. "I was wrong." Second son walks towards him and says, "Shut up," and then blood splatters everywhere. Everyone is completely shocked to see this. Second son speaks in anger. "What do you think? Who are you to dare to kill members of the cult?" Second son kills Guo, who was in the first corps, and now we see the next day, music is playing, and two beautiful girls are dancing, and the demonic army commander Chen Yong is drinking alcohol, while second son is sitting with him. Chen Yong says, "Second son, I heard there were some problems on the ground again." Second son says, "Yes, it wasn't intentional, but there was a confrontation." Chen Yong says, "The first corps commander was deployed for that reason. There are things about him that raise questions." Hearing this, second son says nothing but thinks, "You are truly trash. He is someone who served you, but instead of repaying him, you are making him a criminal." Taking a sip, Chen Yong says, "He died during the investigation. You killed a demonic army commander. If we make an issue out of this, it will cause huge trouble for you. So what do you say? Why not end everything now? Don't you think the death of the commander and his 3 companions is enough?" Second son says, "Thank you for thinking so much about this. I also want things to end on a good note, but there is a problem." Chen Yong says, "Problem?" Second son says, "Yes, there is no evidence. I came here to conduct an official investigation, but I have nothing to report to the superiors." Chen Yong says, "You can fabricate evidence." Second son says, "That is not possible. At the time the letter was sent, it stated that internal requests were accepted for money. This is not something that can be easily covered up." Hearing this, Chen Yang is unable to say anything. Second son says, "To end this investigation, evidence will be needed." Hearing this, he thinks, "Chen Yang, you will have to provide evidence to close this investigation." Both look at each other, and then this party ends right there. After that, second son goes to where the treatment is taking place. Ryong sees him and says, "Yes, second young master? What are you doing here?" Second son says, "I have come here to see the injured person. Why are you so shocked?" Ryong says, "The demonic physician is still treating him. And yes, thank you for telling the demonic physician to come here to treat him." Second son says, "That goes without saying. I am an investigator for now. We are colleagues working together." Hearing these words, Ryong gets a little surprised because he did not expect second son to say something like that. Just then, both of them hear a voice. "Is the second young master here?" Second son looks and sees the demonic physician coming from the front. He is the most skilled physician in the entire cult. He does not just treat anyone. He only treats those who are very special within the cult. Second son asks, "What is his condition now?" The physician says, "Luckily, his life is not in danger. He will need to rest a little before working." Second son says, "Please treat all of them with good medicine." The demonic physician says, "Do not worry, I will do that." Just then, second son glances at the Nirvana people. Hearing such words from second son, they become very happy, which is why they are making such expressions. Seeing this, second son thinks, "Why are these people making such faces?" A person from Nirvana says, "Thank you, second young master." Now second son does not understand what answer to give, so he does not say anything and comes out of there. Ryong is also with him and says, "What did the demonic army commander say?" Second son says, "He wants us to finish the investigation and go back. He wants to say that the first corps commander is the culprit." Ryong is surprised to hear this, even though his important subordinate died? Second son says, he was not the most important subordinate. He was a subordinate who was used the most. Soon, someone else will take his place. Ryong says, so what do you intend to do? Second son says, now that I have cast my bait, I want to see what he will do. Ryong says, a bait? Second son says, I will tell you when he grabs the bait. Ryong says, so what should I do from now on? Second son says, drink with me. Ryong gets a little surprised, then says, today's drink is on me, and both look at each other and smile. The next day we see them investigating in a room, and the demonic army has given them books. Ryong says, assassination request logs and banknote documents worth thousands of niang. We discovered all this at the first corps commander's house. Second son smiles, so he took the bait. He says, I want to find the smartest person in the first corps. I am sure it will be someone who possesses great knowledge and is very clever, and he is the one who created this. Ryong says, okay. Second son stands up and says, I am going to meet the demonic army commander again. I need to buy some time to find that clever person. And then he leaves. He tells Chen Yang, we found evidence at the first corps commander's house. Chen Yang says, oh, that is a very good thing. So everything is resolved now. Now all that is left is to celebrate and drink. I have already booked the place where we drank before. Second son says, but there is a problem. Chen Yang says, again? What is it this time? Second son says, the evidence found came from the demonic army. We will have to find pieces of the evidence ourselves. Chen Yang says, do pieces of evidence even make a difference? Second son says, it makes a difference. The chief advisor is no fool. If he finds out that the evidence came from the demonic army, he will investigate it thoroughly to reach a conclusion. Hearing this, Chen Yang thinks about Sima. He says, so what do you want? What should be done? Second son says, I feel that for a short while, we should pretend that we are investigating. We will conduct a long investigation, just for one day. I hope you will cooperate. Chen Yang says nothing. Second son continues, do you think I want to conduct this investigation? We have to do this investigation. For formality, I need some ordinary official documents. Chen Yang says, okay, I will tell my subordinates to cooperate. Second son looks, smiles, and thinks, anyway, the documents I need are not top secret. What I am looking for are some past documents that were used for hiring and discharging the demonic army. Did those who went on dangerous missions leave anything behind? I need this so I can check the handwriting and find out who recorded those request logs. After that, we see the first corps commander's subordinate who has been tied up and brought in for investigation. Yang Gu speaks nervously. Why have you people caught me and kept me here? Second son keeps looking and then says, because you forged the assassination request logs that were sent to us. Yang Gu speaks nervously. I don't know anything. What are you talking about? Second son says, I know. I also didn't think you knew anything. You must have just done what you were told, but I only want you to speak the truth and tell me. Yang Gu says, I have never done anything like this to this day, and I received no such orders. Second son says, I know. I can understand why you were doing this. You were afraid of the demonic army commander, that he might kill you. Yang Gu says nothing. Second son says, you can go. Hearing this, Yang Gu is surprised. What? Second son says, now that you are not answering, I cannot do anything because I do not like to torture a subordinate who has no choice but to follow orders. I have said this, but do you know that we investigators are investigating, and if you leave this place safe and sound, the demonic army commander will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Yang Gu gets scared and says, what are you saying? Second son says, the demonic army commander must have already heard that we have captured you, and if you leave here without any injuries, won't he think that you have told us everything? I am sure no one knows the demonic army commander will do later. Hearing this, Yang Gu gets completely terrified, so much so that he bites his lips tightly. Second son picks up a man from the first corps commander's unit for investigation and scares him completely, making him spill everything. After that, we see Ryong speaking to second son. According to Jang Ho, the third corps commander, the demonic army commander gave the order to kill the Nirvana Pavilion investigator and Jang Ho, and the one who carried out those orders was Guo Dun, who is now dead. Apart from this, many other terrible deeds have been committed. Second son keeps listening. Ryong continues saying that these people have killed many, but the demonic army commander will not quietly let him be arrested. Second son looks at Ryong and says, I am not going to arrest him. Ryong is completely shocked. Second son says, I am going to go and kill him. Ryong is shocked completely. Second son says, if the demonic army commander is arrested, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon will definitely do something. It is not possible that his brother gets executed and he just sits and watches. And if something like that happens, the situation will become very dire. And there is plenty of evidence where Guo Dun did not receive orders to commit crimes, but he did them anyway. All those crimes will be pushed onto the scapegoat, and then there will be a lot of slander and outcry about me. And the most important thing is, if we let the demonic army commander live, there are people here who will be killed to silence them, so that they cannot speak against the demonic army commander. Even Jang Ho, who sent the letter, will definitely die. All the warriors of the Third Corps who try to protect him will also be killed in this list. You are also included. Ri-young is completely shocked hearing this. Second Son continues speaking. But if the demonic army commander is killed while being arrested, the situation will be very different. Now the only thing left is to prove his crimes. Ri-young speaks nervously. Will you be okay? The Blood Heaven Sword Demon will come to take revenge. Second Son says while getting up from the chair. Not everyone is the type to come seeking revenge for a family member's death, especially the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He is not someone who would ruin his life for revenge. Second Son then starts leaving the room. Ri-young sees this and asks, "Where are you going at this time?" Second Son says, "I already told you, right? I am going to kill the demonic army commander." Ri-young is surprised. What? Right now? After that, we see Second Son sitting and drinking with Chen Young. He says, "We have finished the investigation. Thank you for your help." Chen Young says, "That is good. It is finally over. My heart feels much lighter. I feel very sad that it is time for you to leave." Second Son says, "If I become the successor in the future, I will definitely repay the kindness you have shown this time." Chen Young says, "Those were my words. I will not forget the kindness you showed by finishing the investigation without any trouble." Second Son thinks, "You said it right. You will never forget this incident. You are so greedy and have caused such a huge loss. There is no way you will ever forget." He says, "To the end of the investigation. Let's drink until the end." Chen Young laughs and says, "Why not?" Second Son pours alcohol into his glass and then says, "Why did you do it?" Chen Young says, "Did what?" Second Son says, "You have enough money, more than enough, with which you could have lived your life in old age comfortably. So why be so greedy to use the demonic army in this way, accepting requests for money?" Chen Young looks at Second Son, then puts his alcohol glass down. He says, "How would I know this? You should have asked the dead First Corps commander." Second Son pours alcohol into his glass and says, "How would a puppet know this?" Chen Young looks at Second Son and says, "What do you want to say?" Second Son looks at him and says, "I am wondering what you must be truly thinking right now." "Okay, I think that the deep darkness inside you has nothing in it. It must be completely filled with greed that wants more and will never stop." Hearing this, Chen Young breaks his alcohol glass with his hand in anger. He says, "Hey, have you gone crazy?" Second Son drinks alcohol and calmly says, "It is you who has gone crazy, accepting all these requests." Hearing this, Chen Young gets completely angry and the table breaks completely from his energy. He says, "I have heard enough of your nonsense." Second Son does not care about this at all. He sits there drinking alcohol and keeps looking at him. Then their gazes clash. Chen Young feels something in his chest. He looks and sees a sword has gone through him. He does not understand when this happened or how it happened. Second Son keeps drinking alcohol, and he had used the Song Sword Art 5th technique, Heavenly Strike. His sword remains stuck through Chen Yong's chest. After that, Second Son leaves the alcohol glass, gets up from his chair, and says, "Demonic Army Commander Gu Chenyang, you are arrested for misusing the demonic army for your own benefit and for the murders. Because of that, more than 20 murders have occurred." Chen Yong manages to say, "But this is not arresting." Second Son's sword is still through him. Second Son says, "You were going to be executed anyway. Just leave this world for those who are going to live." Then he grabs his sword and pulls it out of his chest. As soon as he pulls it out, a lot of blood starts flowing. Blood also starts falling from Chen Yong's mouth, and watching this, he starts falling down and falls completely. In a short while, everyone gathers there. The demonic army commander's people and the Nirvana Pavilion. Second Son kills Qian Pa's brother, and after finishing the work there, he returns to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. When he enters the pavilion, he sees 3 people in front, the Heavenly Demon, and standing before him are Qian Pa and Sima. Second son goes and offers his greetings. He looks at Chionpa. Chionpa also looks at him. Looking at him, second son says, Blood Heaven Sword Demon, it is good to see you again. Chionpa says, Second young master, how are you? I would like to ask, what happened this time? Second son says, I have written everything in the report. You can read it at your leisure. Chionpa says, I would like to hear it from your own mouth. Second son looks at Chionpa. Then looking at his father and Sima, he thinks, now that those two are just watching, they are probably waiting to see what kind of answer I give. He says, according to our investigation, we found out that your brother had committed a grave crime. He tried to kill me when I was going to arrest him for his death. I apologize. Chionpa looks, then says, it is all fine. He committed a crime, so he had to be punished. But there is one thing I did not understand. He might be wretched, but he is not so foolish as to attack you when his crimes were exposed. Hearing this, second son thinks, after being caught, I believe he must have asked the Blood Heaven Sword Demon for help. He must have realized that I was trying to eliminate the problem from the root. He says, I also do not know why he did that in the end. Maybe he could not accept that he was caught by a young boy whose age is much less than his. Chionpa says, before coming here, I saw his body. There was only one strike on his chest. It seems your martial arts power is more extraordinary than I thought. It is something to think about that you could kill my brother with just one strike. Second son says, he was agitated because of my father. That is why he could not use his full strength against me. Chionpa looks, then says, thank you for telling me the truth. It gave me relief. Second son says, no, it is nothing. I truly apologize for this. He thinks, he is not showing even a little bit of anger for this. I killed not only his disciple, but also his younger brother. His anger should be beyond limits. Chionpa looks at the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon also looks, and both look at each other for a moment. Then the heavenly demon says, you will have to prepare for the funeral. For now, go and rest. After that, Chionpa bows, gives greetings, and leaves, passing right next to second son. Second son thinks, perhaps the Blood Heaven Sword Demon wanted to tell my father that I did too much, and asked if they had to deal with this incident in this way. We see after Chionpa leaves, only two people remain in front of second son. Sima says, great work, second young master. Because of the evidence you collected, there was no trouble. Did you get hurt anywhere? Second son says, no, I am fine. Thank you for the concern from both of you. Sima then looks and says, you are truly second. Hearing this, second son asks, what? Sima says, no, nothing. After that, we see another person arrives holding something in his hands. Sima says, the cult leader has given this to you as a reward for your hard work. We see that there is a sword inside. Second son looks and says, this? Sima says, the cult leader has given you the black demonic sword. Second son thinks, the black demonic sword? This is a very precious sword, just like the white demonic sword. After receiving the sword, he smiles and says to the heavenly demon, Father, if you wanted to give me a reward, you should have given me the white demonic sword, which would have suited me. His father thinks and then says, the black demonic sword is the one that suits you. Second son says, while drawing the sword, it seems you know very little about me. After drawing the sword, he realizes it is something to think about. Just by unleashing the sword, such cold energy is emanating from it, even though I haven't infused even a little bit of my energy into it. Second son is very happy to receive this, and seeing this, the heavenly demon also smiles slightly, just a little. Sima looks at the heavenly demon and thinks, oh, is the cult leader feeling proud of himself, seeing the second young master so happy? Then second son says, to be honest, this reward seems a bit too big. Sima says, no, the problem with the demonic army commander was quite big. I didn't think you would resolve it like this. Cult leader, did you think so? The heavenly demon says, no, I just thought he would be lucky and survive by acting. Hearing this, second son thinks, no, you knew. You didn't just think. You sent me because you believed in me. Father knew that I have mastered the soaring sword art, and also knew that I have consumed the demonic essence pill, so I wouldn't be killed that easily. But he didn't expect that the demonic army commander would be killed. And I know why he gave me this sword. By giving me this sword, Father has made a statement to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Giving the sword means I have accepted what you have done for the cult. But this? Regarding this incident, do not slander my son. Immediately after that, bowing his head, second son says, Father, thank you for giving me this sword. And as As for what this means, he looks at his father and smiles. The heavenly demon also looks, then says, "You may go now." After that, second son comes out of the heavenly demon pavilion. He keeps walking forward, then his gaze goes to the side, and he sees the blood heaven sword demon sitting right in front of him. Seeing Cheonpa, second son thinks, "I knew this old man wouldn't just leave like that." He walks straight towards Cheonpa. Cheonpa looks at him, and then his gaze falls on second son's sword, which the heavenly demon has just given him. Seeing the sword, he understands that he cannot do anything. Second son goes to him, sits close to him, and says, "It is getting a bit too hot this summer." Just then, Cheonpa releases his aura and shouts, "You, damn it! How dared you accuse my brother and kill him?" Second son gets a little nervous. Cheonpa continues speaking, "I will cut your body into tiny pieces and offer them to my brother's grave." And for a while, he keeps his aura released like that, and then calms down. Then, smiling, he says, "I should have said that, right?" And saying this, he lets go of his sword. Just then, second son shouts while releasing his aura, "You crazy bastard old man! You have only grown in age. You haven't gained any understanding inside. How dared someone like you destroy our cult's order for your own benefit? If you even dared to do anything for that corrupt brother of yours, I would have cut your body into pieces and blown them away like dust." Hearing all this, Cheonpa gets scared for a moment because he never thought he could say something like this. After that, smiling, second son says, "If you had said this to me, I would have said something like this." Hearing all this, Cheonpa remains completely shocked. Then he starts laughing very loudly. His laughter is so loud that second son has to cover his ears, and other people also start looking. Then Cheonpa stops laughing and says, "Still, for my sake, regarding him, you should not have gone so hard on him." Second son says, "I tried very hard to end things well. I wanted to end it in a way that he would step back. He truly crossed the line too much. No, you can say that the line never existed for him." Hearing this, Cheonpa looks up and says, "I see." Second son looks at Cheonpa and says, "You also knew about his crimes, right? Why did you leave him alone in the demonic army?" Cheonpa says, "He never listened to me. Anyway, it seems I am not completely clean either. When I heard that my brother had died, to be honest, I felt relieved. I thought to myself that now he will not get in my way." Hearing this, second son thinks, "I cannot believe he is being so honest about his relationship with his brother." And then both of them become silent for a moment. Second son says, "After that, I can understand your feelings." Hearing this, Cheonpa is surprised and looks at him. Second son says, "I am also relieved that I will not have to kill my brother myself." Hearing this, Cheonpa is completely stunned and just keeps looking at him. And Cheonpa also realizes that he knows about all the wrongdoings his brother is doing. Second son looks at him and thinks, "What do you think about me?" After that, Cheonpa slowly averts his gaze and says, "It seems it will be extra hot this year." Then, getting up and leaving from there, he says, "Luckily, I am not the type to get weak in the heat." After he says this, second son thinks, "I could not figure out what the blood heaven sword demon was thinking. Apart from the relief, I am still the one who killed his brother, so he must have a desire to kill me in his mind. Or perhaps he will let this matter pass just like these clouds pass by. Whatever the case, I do not regret what I did." After that, we see a short while later, second son is in his room. He unleashes the black demonic sword. While drawing it out, he thinks, the initial moments after getting a new sword are very important. A sword talks with its warrior.
A sword talks with its warrior, and the level of conversation with a supreme sword like the black demonic sword goes very deep compared to other swords. Even if the sword does not reject the warrior, if the conversation does not go well, one cannot bring out the sword's full powers. He tells the sword, "It was nice meeting you. For now, I am your master." After that, he starts practicing with the sword and infuses his demonic energy. As soon as he infuses the aura, he finds out what the sword's level is. Then he tries his best to maintain the sword's powers within himself. While practicing, he tells his sword, "With this technique, we will survive for a short while. I will show you amazing martial arts later. Until then, let's stay together." After that, he sits and meditates. He practices. He keeps doing this for many days. Leah stands outside holding food. As long as second son is practicing, Leah cannot go inside. Then in a few days, his practice finishes completely and he comes out of his room. Just then, his gaze falls in front and he sees many, very many people standing before him. Second son falls into thought seeing them. The sword demons, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. I don't know if the Blood Heaven Sword Demon sent these people here or if they came on their own, but I know this for sure, these people are against me. Second Son says this because everyone has released their demonic energy, and taking in the demonic energy of so many people at once can be very dangerous for anyone. Second Son thinks these people are unleashing their demonic energy directly onto me. If I take in so much demonic energy at once, I could suffer internal injuries if I make any mistake. By doing this, they want to scare me. They want to show that I am a coward who cannot even come out of his house. Second Son is struggling to endure the demonic energy of so many people at once. Just then, he remembers a technique, the meridian strengthening technique. He thinks, yes, now I remember. If I take in the demonic energy of so many people, a technique in strengthening.
He tells the lady to cover the child's ears and eyes. After that, the lady does exactly that. She covers the child's eyes and ears and closes her own eyes as well. We see that Second Son is attacked from 3 sides. He stands very calmly in the middle of it and then uses the technique 4 strides of the wind god, death step. We see that the leader is shocked upon seeing that because Second Son suddenly appears in front of him, and in that very moment when he was attacked, he falls into thought, wondering how he got so close so quickly, and then his gaze goes behind Second Son and he gets completely terrified all of a sudden, because the people who attacked him are still standing, but their heads have been severed from their bodies and their heads haven't even fallen to the ground yet. Hearing all this, that lady opens her eyes and looks, becoming completely surprised, and that leader gets completely scared and says, "Who are you?" Second Son says, "That is my question. Who are you after all?" And that lady answers this question. She says, "This is the one known as Won. This is his vassal who protects my household. I am Giam Sayon, the daughter of the Golden Manor Master." Second Son thinks, that is why I hid my identity and joined as a vanguard warrior. Her father is Giam Aso. He is one of the top 10 largest merchants in the Central Plains. He is the richest man in Fujian and the master of the Golden Manor. In an incident, the Golden Manor Master was betrayed by his most trusted man and he lost his life, and his daughter also died along with him. Second Son keeps thinking about all these things. Just then, that person sees an opportunity to attack. He immediately takes out his sword and moves to attack. Second Son remains standing just like that. Then suddenly, he takes out his sword and swings it towards him. Then slowly he starts falling. Second Son remains standing just like that, and we see that his head has also been separated from his torso and has fallen somewhere else. Seeing Second Son doing this, Sion is completely shocked. Second Son says, "This bastard always thinks of attacking from behind whenever I look somewhere else." Sion looks at Second Son and says, "I want to hire you. Please protect us.
You even killed your brothers to reach this seat. I am wondering how it must have felt. Did you not feel even a little thrill?" The heavenly demon says, "The sword demons were looking for you on their own. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not tell them anything. You knew this, right?" Second Son says, "I was acting as if it was nothing. They were throwing energy at me. I was enduring it and denying that I was shocked by their presence. But after leaving that place, my body started trembling." The heavenly demon looks at him and says, "Were those people scary?" Second Son says, "No, I felt that my decision might be wrong. That is why I was scared. If someone had gotten agitated and tried to fight me, I could have died there. Even if I survived by killing the sword demons, I would not be able to become the successor. That is why I was scared. The truth is, there will be more moments like this where I have to make a decision putting everything at stake. To be honest, when these thoughts come to my mind, I remember you, Father." He thinks, "I cannot understand why I remembered him." Just then, the heavenly demon says, "Demonic humans are not those who look back. We look forward and think ahead." Hearing this, Second Son is shocked and starts looking at his father. He thinks, "I think he is trying to give me comfort with his words." He looks, then smiles and says, "I was thinking of something else." The heavenly demon starts looking at him. Second Son says, "Instead of this demon statue, why not put up a statue of a beautiful girl? For example, the famous Central Plains 4 flowers. If we swap the demon statue with the 4 flowers," just then his gaze falls on his father's face. Seeing his father's face, he stops speaking. Then, getting up from there, he says, "It seems I am just speaking nonsense now. So now it is time for me to leave. Father, you sit here in my place." After that, he starts leaving. His father keeps looking. Just then, Second Son says, "Father, can I kill the Blood Heaven Sword Demon?" For a moment, there is complete silence. His father starts looking at him even more closely. Then, he starts laughing loudly and says, "Even though you killed the demonic army commander, commander against the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Hearing these words, second son becomes silent. Then, smiling, he says, "Then why did you create a conflict between him and me? Shouldn't you take responsibility for this?" The heavenly demon says, "Why not? I will take responsibility for it. I will let you become the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion." Hearing this, second son falls into thought. Our cult's Nirvana Pavilion, the inspection bureau. He wants me to take charge. The heavenly demon asks second son, "What happened? Don't you want to ensure that discipline and order are followed?" Second son remains deep in thought. What does he mean? Or is he using me to resolve problems that he had postponed? He does not care whether I live or die. They keep looking at each other. Second son thinks, I am giving up on trying to figure out what he wants to do. Instead, I will decide based on what I see and hear. He is someone who leaves information written on the wall for his children, but he is also someone who uses his children for dangerous things. He says to his father, "If you want me to go and kill a crow, then I should at least have a sword in my hands." The heavenly demon says, "Is there something you want?" Second son thinks, then says, "Please let me enter the heavenly demon archives." Hearing this, the heavenly demon is surprised. The heavenly demon archives. This is the place where all the rare martial arts secret manuals are kept. Very few people can enter it, including the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon says, "If you are thinking that you will go inside and learn some supreme martial art, then you are making a very big mistake. Just looking at the titles there will be too much." Hearing this, second son thinks, as he said, there are too many manuals there. Even if my luck is good and I find a top martial arts manual, it will be just like the soaring sword art that I have already learned. Then, smiling, he says, "I want to test my luck once." Hearing this, the heavenly demon says, "I do not know what ulterior motives you have for going inside." Hearing this, second son thinks, "My ulterior motives?" The heavenly demon says, "But I grant you permission to enter the heavenly demon archives for 7 days. After that, second son says, "Thank you, father," and leaves from there. We see second son has reached the heavenly demon archives. Walking forward, he keeps thinking, "I had returned to the heavenly demon divine cult to obtain the secret demonic soul. I should have died. Many years had passed since I left here. My face and I had completely changed, so no one could recognize me. It took me a very long time to climb up the ranks of a normal warrior so that I could meet the new cult leader alone. At that time, I was able to hear from the cult leader about a martial art, the 4 strides of the wind god, and this is the greatest mobility art which has only 4 moves. At one time, it was said to be a support technique of the heavenly demon martial arts, but shortly after his death, this technique disappeared completely. But at one time, a person had acquired this technique, the 4 strides of the wind god, and at that time he was the cult leader, and his name was Jo Baek-do. In the past, we see Jo Baek-do telling second son, "I was able to become the cult leader because I discovered the technique of the 4 strides of the wind god. I found it in the heavenly demon archives." Second son asks, if its manual was there, then why do people say it is lost? Jo Baek-do says, because it was not on the bookshelf. Second son asks, then where was it? Jo Baek-do says, that precious manual was used to prop up the 19th bookshelf. In the present, we see second son keeps moving forward. As soon as he reaches the 19th shelf, he looks down and indeed there is a book there. Taking that book out, he thinks, so it is really here. Opening the book and reading it, he thinks 4 steps will be enough to walk the entire world. After that, he sits down to learn that martial art and concentrates. 4 strides of the wind god. Its main moves, shadow step, flicker step, death step, swift step. The first step is shadow step. It is used for infiltration. In the beginning, it was used for infiltration so that no human could detect it. But as you become skilled in it, you can increase the numbers. It is said that if you fully master the shadow first step, even if 10 people look at you from the front, you will remain invisible. Coming to the second step, which is called flicker step, it is used for defense, a technique with which you will definitely find a way to escape even if the attack is such that seeing it makes you feel there is has no hope for survival. Third comes the death step, which allows you to charge at the enemy, and you can easily break any defense. The last one comes swift step, a mobility technique said to be the fastest technique in the world. And with these 4 techniques, the 4 strides of the wind god technique is complete. We see in the heavenly demon pavilion, after 7 days, second son tells the heavenly demon, "I am back." The heavenly demon remains sitting and looks at him for a moment, then says, "So, what did you learn from the heavenly demon archives?" Second son says, "A mobility art." The heavenly demon asks, "What is it?" Second son says, "The 4 strides of the wind god." Hearing this, the heavenly demon is completely stunned and says, "Do not talk nonsense. Are you saying you learned the shadow step which was lost?" Second son laughs and says, "I do not have the courage to lie to you about something like this." Hearing second son's answer, the heavenly demon looks at him closely and then says, "Show me what you have learned." Second son says, "What will you give me then?" The heavenly demon thinks and then says, "I will spare your life." Second son smiles hearing this and then starts showing his technique. As soon as he starts, the heavenly demon starts watching closely, and then second son releases his demonic energy and starts the 4 strides of the wind god. Where he is standing, he starts to appear blurry slowly. Seeing this, the heavenly demon is completely shocked and cannot believe it at all. And then second son starts appearing all around. His blurry glimpse begins to appear everywhere. Then the heavenly demon asks, "Where did you learn the 4 strides of the wind god?" Second son stands there and says, "I learned it from the heavenly demon archives. It is true." Hearing this, the heavenly demon rushes to him in an instant. Standing in front of him, he says, "Are you daring to lie to me? The 4 strides of the wind god was never in the heavenly demon archives." Second son says, "It is. I definitely learned it from there." The heavenly demon starts getting angry. "You are still sticking to the lie." Second son says, "Are you sure it could not be there just because you have read many books there? It was on the shelf where foot technique manuals are not kept." The heavenly demon asks, "Did you know that the 4 strides of the wind god was there?" Second son says, "No, I wanted to learn another martial art. I found this suddenly." After hearing this, the heavenly demon keeps staring at second son, then asks, "Where was it?" Second son says, "It was used to support the shelf. The shelf was still crooked. When I tried to straighten it, I found this." After that, no questions remain in the heavenly demon's mind. He says, "The important part of that manual must have been removed." Second son is surprised to hear this. "How do you know this?" Then the heavenly demon, walking towards his chair, says, "Because I would have done this myself." Then he stands in the middle again and says, "Teach me the steps." Second son remains standing there, then looks, smiles, and says, "I knew this would happen. My goal is not to defeat Father, nor to become the heavenly demon. It is to kill Mogi and to save Father and everyone in the heavenly demon pavilion. Anyway, I have thought that I should help Father travel the world and enjoy his life before stepping back from the position of the heavenly demon. So there is no problem in teaching him the 4 strides of the wind god." He tells the heavenly demon, "I do not want to tell." The heavenly demon turns and looks at him after hearing this. Then second son says, "Nothing is free in this world." The heavenly demon stares at him, then says, "As far as I remember, I taught you a technique for free in the hunting ground." Second son says, "Just like that, that was the price for the liquor you drank in the hunting ground." Hearing this, the heavenly demon gets irritated and says, "Until when had you held yourself back like this? How shameless are you?" Second son says, "I held myself back until I grew to this extent." The heavenly demon says, "Is there anything you want?" Second son nods his head. He already has in mind what he wants. He says, "I want the heavenly demon defense art." The heavenly demon defense art. This protects the body once. It is an exclusive martial art that only the heavenly demon can learn. Once I learn this, it will be like I have another life. The heavenly demon waves his hand and says, "Impossible. The heavenly demon defense art can only be learned by the one who is the heavenly demon or the successor." Second son says, "Teach me secretly, then no one will know." The heavenly demon says, "What?" Second son says, "Anyway, the heavenly demon defense art is not something outsiders know about, so if you teach me secretly, no one will know. I am leaving now. Please think about it and and come to me." And saying this, he starts to leave from there. Just then, the heavenly demon says, "In exchange, you will have to teach me the 4 strides of the wind god first." Hearing this, second son is shocked and turns around to look. Will he really teach me the heavenly demon defense art? Second son says, "Now that we are talking, can I teach you right now?" The heavenly demon says, "Do you not have even a little doubt? Are you not even a little afraid that I might not teach you the heavenly demon defense art after learning the 4 strides of the wind god?" Second son says, "No, not even a bit. You are not someone who would do such a shameful thing in front of his own son." Hearing this, the heavenly demon is left speechless. He says, "Tell me the steps." Second son says, "Okay, father." After that, he starts explaining everything to the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon keeps listening carefully and, closing his eyes, starts practicing that technique along with him. And for a long time, second son keeps explaining and explaining. Then he is done explaining, and the heavenly demon learns it completely and perfectly while just standing there. Second son asks, "Shall I explain it again?" The heavenly demon says, "No, it is fine." And just like that, he starts using that technique as well. Second son is completely shocked. When he looks back, his father's glimpse is visible everywhere. But this is very different from second son, so he is even more surprised. He falls into thought, the 4 strides of the wind god, and this is different from mine. Is this father's own interpretation? After that, the heavenly demon comes back behind second son. Second son senses it too. The heavenly demon says, "This martial art is truly good." Second son keeps looking and thinks, "After my regression, the biggest change has been born. Can Mogi still defeat my father who has learned the 4 strides of the wind god?" The heavenly demon says, "Now I will teach you the heavenly demon defense art. I will speak this only once, so memorize it well." Second son says, "Okay, father." Sometime after that, we see second son has returned after getting beaten by his father. Seeing second son, Leah says, "Who in this world did this after all? That bastard, scoundrel, arrogant person who laid a hand on you. I will go to him right now." And just like that, second son says, "The one who hit me is my father." Hearing this, Leah's mouth shuts. She is unable to say anything. Second son remembers a short while ago when he was learning and had fully mastered the heavenly demon defense art, and in this joy, he tells the heavenly demon, "It seems like we are sharing secrets with each other now. I'm very happy after learning the heavenly demon defense art." And just then, the heavenly demon hits second son hard on his forehead with his middle finger and says, "Do not be so shameless." In the present, we see second son says to Leah, "You are not going?" Leah says, "I am the one who protects, not attacks." Hearing this, second son smiles and thinks, in my past, she never even had the courage to joke like this. He tells Leah, "Not right now, though." But Leah does not understand what second son is saying. Second son says, "I will fix this side effect. Your body purification." She looks at second son, completely surprised. Second son says, "I told the cult leader that our cult has to change into a place where people do not have to hurt their own bodies to protect others. So this place can become one where you do not have to do things you do not want to do." He looks at Leah and smiles. Seeing this, Leah is completely shocked, and a sparkle appears in her eyes. Then second son stands up straight and shouts, "Guard warrior Leah, listen to what I am about to say." Leah also stands up straight and says, "Yes, sir." Second son says, "From this moment, from right now, I dismiss you from being my guard warrior." Leah gets even more shocked and says, "Master, are you serious? Are you really dismissing me?" Second son says, "You have been chosen to become the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps." Leah falls into thought hearing this and says, "Phantom Shadow Corps? But there is no such group." Second son also smiles and says, "Yes, because I am going to create that group. That group will report directly to me." Leah says, "So that means you are making me the captain of a group that you haven't even created yet?" Second son says, "Leah, I am asking you one more time. Will you become the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps for me?" He keeps looking at Leah with a smile. Leah pauses but keeps looking, then says, "I, warrior Leah." After that, we see in the city a few days later, second son is participating in something. He has to drop someone off somewhere,
and he is on vanguard duty. Standing there, he keeps thinking, I told Leah that I would create a group that would serve me directly, but this task is difficult, to create an organization. To run an organization, a large part of the capital will be needed, and to get that capital, I will use the incident that happened before my regression. And just then, the person who is going to lead this mission arrives. He says, I am Jang Dang. I have been appointed to lead this mission. Keep your heads down, and if anyone tries to do anything foolish, he will die by my hands. Everyone keeps looking at him because he speaks so loudly. After that, he goes to second son and says, Hey you, I have joined you in this mission because a recommendation came from a shadow warrior. Second son says, Yes. Jang Dang says, Can I trust your skills? Second son says, Will you believe it when I cut you? Jang Dang says, Don't act arrogantly. We are in a world where arrogant people's heads get separated easily. After that, he starts to leave. Second son says, I will follow your orders, so don't worry. I will do exactly what I am paid to do. Jang Dang says while leaving, I will keep an eye on you from now on. Then second son's gaze falls on those who need to be escorted safely. Second son looks and thinks, the mission is to escort these two safely. In my previous life, these people were killed. This time, I will try to save them. Seeing the little girl, second son waves his hand. The girl also looks and smiles. After that, both of them go and sit in the carriage. Then everyone sets off to drop them. And as they go, evening approaches, so everyone stops at a place and starts resting a little. Jang Dang brings some food for everyone. He says, Okay, we will rest here for today. Before leaving, everyone eat your fill. Seeing the food, someone says, What is this? Just beef. Jang Dang says, Just eat it. To avoid getting hungry, you must eat at least this much. And there, second son sits apart from everyone and keeps thinking, I heard that they were attacked by an outside vanguard and not even their corpses were found. No one knows how these people actually died. And while he keeps thinking all this, the sound of many people coughing is heard. Second son looks, and the people who
are coughing. Blood is coming out of everyone's mouth, and half the people are lying dead or are about to die. Seeing this, second son understands it is poison. He immediately stands up at his spot. Then he thinks, wait a minute, why am I okay? Then he looks and sees Jang Dang walking from the front. Second son understands, so he mixed poison in the food. Second son says to him, I did not eat the food you gave. Jang Dang immediately draws his sword and says, how unfortunate. It would have been better if you had died too. Second son thinks, it is something to think about. The leader himself mixing poison in the food. He says, what a pathetic life you have, killing your own companions to earn money. What did you think of doing with it? Jang Dang laughs and says, what else? If money comes, I can do many things. I can drink alcohol, I can buy girls. Second son says, you killed everyone just for this? Jang Dang says, you fool, you should worry about your own life. Just then, these people hear the voice of someone else who has arrived there. They are Jang Dang's companions, and there are many of them. Second son looks and understands that these people seem powerful. Jang Dang says to his companion, you guys made it here? That person shouts at those hiding inside the carriage, come out before I burn the horse along with the carriage. After that, we see both are scared and come out of the carriage. Seeing both of them, that person says, you truly hid well like a rat. I was yelled at for being unable to find you people. The lady cries and says, warriors, please spare this child's life. That person looks for a moment, then says, okay, for the sake of our relationship, I will spare her. Then he shouts, did you think I would say that? You bitch, you will have to get on your knees and beg for mercy. How dare you act like a master? Hearing all this, tears come to the girl's eyes. The lady says, if you let her go, I will give you 10 times more money than what you were going to get. That guy says, don't talk this nonsense in front of me. Your father is already in our hands. Hearing this, the lady gets an even bigger shock. Just then, that person looks elsewhere. His gaze falls on second son, who keeps walking towards the two ladies. That person asks Jang Dang, who is this? And just like that, second son says, I am the one who received money to drop these two back at their destination. That person says to Jang Dang, is this not your companion? Jang Dang says, he is just a vanguard whom I haven't dealt with yet. I will deal with him right now. Wait.
That person says, "Deal with him quickly." Jang Dang says, "Okay." He takes his sword and moves forward. Seeing this, second son says, "You people truly look like street thugs who betrayed their own master. Do you guys really think you will get a reward? In my opinion, they will kill you too and take your share." As soon as Jang Dang hears this, he starts getting suspicious and stands there for a moment. Just then, hearing this from behind, that person says, "What? Street thugs who betrayed their own master?" Second son says, "By the way, I am speaking very politely because there are children here." Hearing this, that person says, "That weirdo and madman, how dare a vanguard speak like that?" Just like that, second son says, "You probably feel ashamed because I said something similar." That person gets even more irritated and immediately tells his companions, "Kill that lousy vanguard first." Hearing this, second son says to Jang Dang, "Did you hear? First means you are next." Jang Dang says, "What?" He turns back to look. Just then, that person attacks Jang Dang's neck with a weapon. We see a kunai stuck in his neck and he falls down. Immediately after killing him, that person says, "He was way too foolish. I knew I shouldn't have trusted a vanguard with all these things." Second son remains standing there and sees that Jang Dang is also lying dead in front of him. He says, "This is the fate of those who betray others for money." Hearing these words, that person shouts at his companions, "How much longer do I have to listen to this bastard's blabbering?" And with that, they go very fast to attack second son. Second son remains standing there. Then to the lady behind, he speaks and says, "Cover the child's ears and eyes." After that, the lady does exactly that. She covers the child's eyes and ears and closes her own eyes too. We see that the second son is attacked from 3 sides. He stands in the middle of it very calmly and then uses the technique 4 strides of the wind god death step. We see that their leader is shocked to see that because the second son suddenly appears in front of him, and in the very moment he was attacked, he falls into thought, wondering how he got this close so quickly. And then when his gaze goes behind the second son, he gets completely terrified immediately because the people who attacked him are still standing, but their heads have been severed from their bodies, and their heads haven't even fallen to the ground yet. Hearing all this, the lady opens her eyes and looks, becoming completely amazed, and that leader gets completely scared and asks, "Who are you?" The second son says, "That is my question. Who are you after all?" And the lady answers this question. She says, "This is he who is known as One. This is his vassal who protects my household. I am Guillaume Sayan, the daughter of the Golden Manor Master." The second son thinks, "That is why I hid my identity and joined the Vanguard warriors." Her father is Guillaume Asso. He is one of the top 10 largest merchants in the Central Plains. He's the richest man in Fujian and the master of the Golden Manor. In an incident, the Golden Manor Master was betrayed by his most trusted man, and he lost his life, and his daughter also died. The second son keeps thinking about all these things. Just then, that person sees an opportunity to attack. He immediately draws his sword and goes to attack. The second son stands just like that, then suddenly draws his sword and swings it towards him. Then slowly he begins to fall. The second son remains standing just like that, and we see that his head has also been severed from his body and has fallen somewhere else. Seeing the second son do this, Sayan is completely shocked. The second son says, "This bastard always thinks of attacking from behind whenever I look somewhere else." Then looking at the second son, she says, "I want to hire you. Please help us." The second son says, "The situation is a bit different now. I will charge a little more." Sayan says, "That is fine. No matter how expensive you are, we will surely pay you. Please save my father." The second son smiles upon hearing this and says, "Let's go." After that, we see the leader of that group at the Golden Manor, who is very happy because the carriage has arrived. He says, "Finally, we caught both of them. Our 10-year plan has succeeded." Just then, he looks, and only 3 people are visible. He says, "Huh? But where is one?" The second son says, "Everyone died except me." The leader says, "He died? Who killed him?" The second son says, "An unknown martial master who was young and handsome." The leader says, "Young and handsome? Why are you praising your enemy after all?" The second son says nothing and just stands there. Then the leader realizes that the young and handsome person is none other than him. He shouts and says, "You are the one who killed One." The second son says, "It seems you have very good eyes for recognizing people." And as soon as he says this, we see them surrounding all 3 people to kill them. The leader says, "If you saved that woman and that child, you should have run far away. Instead, you came here here to the tiger's den? The second son laughs and says, tiger's den? Where is the tiger? I only see dogs who bite the very master who raised them. We see Seon. She is frightened seeing all this, and the leader of that group is amazed to hear all this. He thinks he killed one, and instead of fleeing, he came here. He came to the enemy's base, and even after looking around, he has a lot of confidence in himself and is very calm. He is surely no ordinary person. He puts his hand forward, bows his head, and immediately asks, who are you? Let's go. Let's talk and drink first. Even though we met in such circumstances, I will treat you to good liquor. The second son smiles and says, there is no need to show so much gentleness and affection. I will not go easy on you. You can curse me all you want and swear. Hearing this, the leader says, kill him. We see that from all sides. They attack him all together with their swords. The second son stands right there and then draws his black demonic sword. First, he goes towards one and slashes his neck. The one the second son passes by realizes that he is very fast, and just as he thinks this, the second son slashes his face with his sword, and then, one by one, he kills everyone with his black demonic sword. Everyone keeps screaming in fear and pain, and blood splatters everywhere. The second son's sword gets completely drenched in blood, and just like that, we see him put everyone to death. Sayan closes her eyes upon seeing all this, and the group leader, seeing all this, cannot even blink. He gets extremely terrified. We see that the second son has killed everyone, and very easily too. The leader says, who are you after all? The second son says, I am no one, just a hired swordsman who saw an opportunity to earn something big. The leader says, whatever you want. If it is money, then how much would you need to walk away from here? The second son laughs and says, it seems you are quite rich, huh? The leader says, I have enough to change a person's life. The second son says, then why are you doing such things when you already have so much money? If you want to change your own life, you can do it with your own money. Why are you snatching someone else's money? That too, your own master's money. And the leader cannot answer this. He is speechless. And just then, a voice comes out, telling the second son to drop his sword. We see that the leader's partner has come behind him, holding a sword to Aso's neck. Seeing the sword on Aso's neck, Sayan screams, Father, in fear. And then the leader starts smiling and says laughingly, drop your sword right now or the Golden Manor Master will die. And just like that, the second son moves his sword from low to high. The leader keeps watching, wondering what he is doing, and we see a slash going straight towards the leader's partner, who has the sword placed on Aso's neck, and that slash passes straight through him. The leader has been amazed from the start, and is still amazed seeing all this. We look at the leader's partner, and his sword has been cut through the middle. Not just the sword, he has also been cut, and then he splits from the middle and begins to fall. The second son had used the song sword art fourth form, Flaming Heavens. Seeing his partner die in this manner, the leader screams loudly in fear. The second son, holding his sword in his hand, says, so. The second son kills the companions of the tiger den in a single blow, and because of this, Dan is completely terrified. Just then, his companion comes out of the mansion, bringing the Golden Manor Master with him, with a sword held to his neck. Seeing this, Xian is completely terrified and screams, Father! Seeing his companion, Dan becomes happy and tells the second son to throw away his sword. Otherwise, the Golden Manor Master will die. And then the second son raises his hand with his sword and strikes a slash. That slash travels through the ground, and wherever it passes, a mark is formed. And when we look at the person holding the sword to the Golden Manor Master's neck, his sword is cut, and he is also cut down the middle. He does not even realize what happened all of a sudden. And the second son had used the showering sword art fourth form, Flaming Heavens. And seeing this, Dan gets completely terrified and screams in panic. The second son says, so, what were you saying? And takes a step forward. Seeing the second son moving forward, Dan gets completely panicked and scared, says, wait. The second son says, I do not care. If you want me to stop, then come. If you do not want to die. Then Dan stands there and thinks very carefully. He just used a powerful sword aura. His inner energy must be almost exhausted. If that is the case, then he immediately draws his sword and attacks the second son. The second son draws his sword to block him, but we see that the second son is also having a bit of difficulty and deflects Dan's sword
sword to the side with his own. The stones on the ground break from Dan's attack. Dan keeps thinking, I will immediately gather all my energy and put an end to this. Then he swings his sword again. The second son blocks it again with his sword, and because of this, many sparks fly from both their swords. Dan does not stop there, and screaming, he swings his sword again from below. The second son puts his sword forward and steps back. Seeing the second son do this, Dan thinks, has he used up all his energy? And smiles. His hands must be full just blocking my attacks. If I just push him back a little more. He is thinking this very thing when the second son's sword pierces his chest. He does not even realize it. The second son says, how pathetic. You should have applied yourself to training instead of your greed. You should have been a bodyguard of this golden manor. Who should not have lived like this? The second son's sword remains through Dan's chest, and the pupils of Dan's eyes start to vanish. And then, removing his sword from his chest, the second son says, if
you want to become rich in your next life, then become a merchant. And this fight ends right here. After that, Aso stands with his daughter and says to the second son, thank you. I will never forget what you did today. You are a benefactor to our family who saved our family from ruin. Can you tell us your name? The second son looks, then speaks with a smile. I am just a vanguard who is just passing by. Aso says, even a vanguard king could not defeat all of them so easily. The second son says, you are flattering me. Sion tells her father, I promised him that money would be given to him as a reward. Aso says, you did very well. This is a promise we can keep. He tells the second son, if you just want money, then you have come to the right place. The second son smiles and thinks, yes, that is the reason I changed my appearance and came here to help as a vanguard. After that, everyone goes inside the mansion where Aso keeps his money. He tells the second son, now that you have saved our lives, we could give you everything. But in reality, that would be difficult. The second son says, I would not even ask you to do that. Aso says, now to give you an amount, we have to decide how much should be given. Why don't we do this? You can take away as much as you can carry. Hearing this, the second son thinks, I can take as much as I want to take. Aso says, on the condition that you will not use any cart, nor ask for help from anyone else, but you can use your own inner energy. The second son says, then I can carry a lot. Aso says, if you were not here, we would not be alive right now. I can at least do this much for you. The second son looks and then says, thank you. After that, Aso opens the door to where the money is kept, where the gold and silver are kept. Then the second son enters, puts his first step inside, and walks in. Aso and Sion both remain standing outside. Sion says to her father about his martial arts.
The level is, he can carry a lot more than you can even imagine. Will this be okay? Aso says, can anything inside be more valuable than the protection he provided us today? Having you with me and my granddaughter being alive is all I need. When Sion hears this, no questions remain in her mind. She says, Father. Looking inside, Aso says, that man is no ordinary person. Sion says, yes, he is hiding it, but he is very skilled for his age. Aso says, I'm not just talking about the skills I saw. There is something about him that I cannot express in mere words. He thinks, I have met countless people, but still, I have never met someone so young who has such self-confidence, and the air around him is also very different. He speaks, we can always earn money, but we might not be able to form a connection with someone like this, perhaps never again with such a person, and that is why it is all fine even if he takes a lot. The more he takes, the deeper a bond we will form. Sion keeps listening to all her father's words, but says nothing. After that, we see the second son steps in the heavenly demon pavilion. As he goes towards his father, he thinks, I sold the gold and treasure that I took from the golden manor at different places, but it was too much for one person to buy entirely, so that is why I went to different places in the city to sell all this. And the second son had taken quite a lot. Sion and Aso were completely shocked seeing it, and in this way, the second son earned 38 million yang. He thinks, with this money, a corner store will be built for the squad which I will command directly. When he goes inside the heavenly demon pavilion, His father, the heavenly demon, is sitting in front of him, and Sima is standing next to him. Seeing this, the second son thinks father must have received reports from that place several times from Sima Yang, and must be taking necessary decisions. Everything depends on those decisions. Someone's life and someone's death. I am wondering if my father is truly satisfied with this life, or if he just wants to give the position of heavenly demon to Liano or someone like me. The heavenly demon looks at the second son and says, I heard you went out. The second son says, yes, I just went to earn money. The heavenly demon says, why do you need money? The second son says, I cannot keep using your money, and I will need more to move forward. The heavenly demon says, so how do you want to spend it? The second son says, I want to form my own private group. The heavenly demon and Sima are shocked to hear this. A private group? The second son says, do not the demon supremes keep them for their own companions to deal with them all? I will also need a group of my own. The heavenly demon says, this cannot happen. If you form one of your own, then your brother will want the same, and our family and sect will be divided. I refuse. Hearing this, the second son thinks, I knew this would be restricted, and I would not get permission. He takes out a scroll from his clothes and says to the heavenly demon, Father, this is for you. Sima and the heavenly demon start wondering what this could be, and then the heavenly demon extends his hand and using aura brings that scroll to himself. When they look at the scroll, an amount is written on it. The heavenly demon says, what is the meaning of this money? The second son says, this is my allowance for you. Hearing this, the heavenly demon is completely shocked. What? Seeing the expression on the heavenly demon's face, the second son smiles. Sima also keeps looking at the second son. The heavenly demon falls into thought for a moment, then says, I have immense wealth. The second son says, I know you are the richest person in this world. What I just gave you is my first allowance as your son. This is to thank you for giving me birth and for raising me. Hearing all this, the heavenly demon and Sima say nothing. The second son says, I wanted to do at least this much for you. Please rest for once, father. And saying this, he starts to leave. The heavenly demon keeps looking at him, and Sima keeps looking at the heavenly demon until the second son leaves. The heavenly demon keeps looking at him, and Sima keeps looking at the heavenly demon, thinking, what is going on in his mind? After that, we see the second son and Leon standing in the Nirvana pavilion, and then both hear someone's voice. Both look, and it is Dai Ryong. He tells the second son, it is time, pavilion master. Everyone is waiting. The second son looks and smiles, then says, so you were here. Dai Ryong says, I also participated. The second son says, you probably did not even think that we would meet like this again, right? Dai Ryong says, to be honest, I was quite shocked. Both smile at each other. Then the second son says, let us go. Leon keeps looking at the son, and the second son steps forward. Then Leon smiles and follows him, and Dai Ryong also follows them. The second son is in front, and both are walking behind him. And let me tell you beforehand, I am dragging this out so long so I do not have to skip the intros, so please understand. After that, the second son comes out with both of them looking outside. Everyone from the Nirvana pavilion is waiting for the second son. The second son comes out and stands in front of everyone. Seeing the second son, everyone gives greetings, shouting loudly. The second son looks at everyone and thinks, these people are a little too friendly, more than I thought. Could it be, he says to Dai Ryong, did you tell these people that their salary would be cut if they did not welcome me? Dai Ryong says, no, sir. The second son says, then why is the atmosphere so good? Dai Ryong says, it is because of what you showed them. The second son thinks, so that means it is because of the incident that happened during the investigation in the demonic army. The first corps commander whom we caught first for investigation was killed. He had hurt the investigator. In that situation, I had taken care of the investigator and took revenge for him by breaking God Aang's jaw. Dai Ryong says to the second son, please say something. The second son looks at everyone, at all the people of the Nirvana pavilion on the left and right, everywhere. Everyone is waiting for the second son to say something. The second son says, now that I am the pavilion master, I do not know if you will be happy or sad, but I know one thing, your hearts will beat faster than before. Hearing this, Dai Ryong is surprised, and the people of the pavilion start laughing. They look at each other and laugh, then start shouting with passion and excitement, and this sound echoes throughout the Nirvana pavilion. After that, the second son receives another case. After reading it, he says, but now you are giving me this to get me killed, right? Dai Ryong says, this is the incident
incident that was not handled properly, and you had asked to look into it. The second son says, why is this linked to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon again? Dae-ryong says, I did not want to do this, but this happened recently, and it matches what you asked for. Leon tells the second son, this time you will have to restrain yourself. Last time the sword demon was about to explode. The second son says, if he is about to explode, that does not mean we will cover it up completely. The story written in this has been completely falsified. Read it and see if you can cover it, then cover it. Leon reads it, and then she also understands and says, you will have to do something about this. By the way, one thing about this manhwa makes me very angry is that the characters are not given names. And now we see that person in the entertainment pavilion whose son was beaten and whose case the second son has received. He keeps drinking and while crying slams the glass of alcohol hard. The owner comes and says, stop drinking. I know your situation, but you have had too much to drink. That person says, how can I stop myself from drinking? Those bastards because of whom my son has not regained consciousness for 10 days have been proven innocent. The owner of the pavilion hears this and says, what are you saying? I heard that the Nirvana Pavilion is investigating. That person says, Nirvana? Pavilion investigators said that my son was sparring with his friends and got hurt, and he keeps drinking. The owner of the pavilion says, how can they do such a thing? That man says, I heard that the father of the boy who attacked my son said that the boy attacked my son, and that boy's father is a companion of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the leader of the 100 Sword Demons. Hearing this, the pavilion owner gets shocked. What? That man says, the people of the Nirvana Pavilion are just like them. They are even worse than them. The pavilion owner says, shut up. Speak softly. You would not want anyone else to hear this. That man says, let him hear. Tell the bastards of the Nirvana Pavilion to come and kill me, and even tell the 100 Sword Demon to come and kill me. The pavilion owner says, in this situation, you should pull yourself together. That man says, if my son does not wake up, my wife will not survive either, and after that, I will kill those bastards myself, and then myself too. Just then, both of them hear someone's voice. Do you think you can kill both of them? Turn and look. Then there is a boy, and they do not know that this is the 100 Sword Demon's son, and his name is not given either. The father of the boy who was beaten looks and says, who are you? The 100 Sword Demon's son says, who are you to go around saying that you will go and kill someone's precious son? Hearing this, that man understands that he is the one who beat his son. He shouts, you bastard! Bring back my child! Give him his life back! I have not even heard an apology from you yet. Hearing this, the 100 Sword Demon's son bows his head and says, forgive me. I have committed a huge crime. This will never happen again. Hearing this, that man starts looking and falls into thought. Just then, the 100 Sword Demon's son laughs and says, there, it is done. Now do not say that I did not apologize. Hearing this, that man is completely stunned. He says, what? The 100 Sword Demon's son stands there watching, and his companions around him keep smiling. Seeing all this, the one whose son was beaten, his father gets angry. Drawing his sword, he says, bastard. Just then, the 100 Sword Demon's son rushes towards him to punch him and strikes him right on his face. From the impact, he goes flying backward. The 100 Sword Demon's son says, you all saw, right? He drew his sword first. His first companion says, yes, I saw it. The second says, yes, we are your witnesses. After that, the 100 Sword Demon's son climbs on top of that person and punching him continuously says, a mere storage keeper has the audacity to report us to the Nirvana Pavilion. All this happened only because of your son. We told him to steal money from home and bring it, but your boy said he would not do it because you earned it with your blood and sweat. That fool acted with great kindness and made me look like trash. Would this not make you angry and make you want to kill him? That person says, you just confessed everything with your own mouth. The 100 Sword Demon's son says, confessed what? That person says, everyone heard why you hit my son. You just confessed it was not just a spar. You attacked him. Hearing this, the 100 Sword Demon's son looks, then turns back and shouting asks everyone, did anyone hear anything? Did I say anything? Everyone keeps looking. Then one by one they lower their gaze out of fear of the 100 Sword Demon. No one can say anything. The 100 Sword Demon's son looks at everyone, then tells that person, but nobody heard, and starts laughing loudly. Seeing all this, that person cannot believe it, and tears start filling his eyes. He starts screaming and crying loudly. The 100 Sword Demon's son sees him crying and says, you are such a grown man, yet you are crying like an imbecile. smile. Like son, like father. The 100-sword demon son and his companions also start laughing, seeing all this, and just then they hear a voice. I heard. The 100-sword demon son and his companions start looking and see that the person who spoke is the heavenly demon son, the second son. The 100-sword demon son shouts, saying, "Who said that?" He looks and sees 3 people standing there, but he does not realize that it is the heavenly demon's son. The second son says, "You do not even know who spoke, and yet you dare to talk like this? I can only imagine how you must have grown up as a child." All 3 keep looking at the second son. Then the 100-sword demon's son bows his head and says, "Forgive me, I got carried away by emotions. Please do not be angry." Then laughing, he says, "You fool! Do you really think I would say that I do not know who you are? But it seems you have a death wish interfering in others' business." Hearing this, the second son also gets irritated and says, "Does being the 100-sword demon's son give you permission to do all this in broad daylight? That means the 100-sword demon's reputation must be quite powerful here." Hearing his son mentioned, the 100-sword demon's son says, "What about his son?" Then the person he was beating looks up and says, "Second young master?" After that, the owner is also shocked seeing him and says, "Second young master?" Everyone starts talking, asking what he is doing in a place like this. Finally, hearing all this, the 100-sword demon's son is completely shocked and says, "You are the second young master?" The second son says, "Relax. Today I'm just here as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion." Leon says to the son, "Shouldn't he be more scared?" The second son says, "Oh, is that so?" The 100-sword demon son immediately starts apologizing. "Forgive me. I could not recognize who you were. It seems I have shown great disrespect to you. Because I am young, please forgive me." The second son says, "But from your actions, it does not seem like you are young." The scared 100-sword demon son says, "No, absolutely not. I am still very arrogant." Hearing all this, the second son thinks he is truly very clever. He knows when to bow his head and apologize to others. Then the 100-sword demon son says while leaving, "So I will go now." The second son says, "1 minute. I came here because I have some business with you." The 100-sword demon son says nervously, "With me?" Then the second son keeps looking at him, then says, "I have come here to investigate the crime you have committed." Upon this, the 100-sword demon's son says, "But the Nirvana Pavilion has already decided that I am innocent." The second son says, "They did, but I am reinvestigating the entire case. Since you extorted money every day, this will be a habitual extortion. Now when you told him to steal money, this will be incitement to theft. And now since you attacked your friend and brought him to the brink of death, you will also be a murderer. Apart from all this, you also found the father of the one you beat and beat him too. The crimes you have committed are all very serious. You will be put in jail for at least 20 years. The 100-sword demon's son is stunned to hear all this. "For 20 years? This was not an attack. We were just scuffling." The second son says, "Did you forget you confessed everything just a while ago? And I am the Nirvana Pavilion master who heard everything." Hearing this, the 100-sword demon's son gets completely terrified and says, "My father will not just stand by silently and let anyone accuse me." The second son says with a smile, "Do not worry about that, because now that your father will also be busy, he will not have time to look after you. I have planned to arrest your father as well for conspiring with the Nirvana Pavilion in this case." The 100-sword demon's son shouts and says, "Do you think my father will let you do whatever you please? When my father comes out of jail, he will definitely take revenge on you. No, he might even kill you from inside the jail itself." And just like that, the second son punches him right in the stomach. He flies up from the impact. Fluids come out of his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he falls down coughing. The second son says, "Do you know you just threatened the master of the Nirvana Pavilion? Now you will be kept in jail for 30 years instead of 20. The 100-sword demon's son is in pain and groans, "Please forgive me." The second son says, "Okay, come on, enough talk about your father. Tell me one reason why I should forgive you." The 100-sword demon's son falls into thought. "Yes." The second son speaks, "Have you ever spared anyone before or helped anyone before? No? Tell me just one thing that you have ever done." The 100-sword demon's son's friends are stunned to hear all this. The second son continues speaking, "Even if that thing is not true and you just made it up, I will listen to it. Can you not even make something up now? Right. Since you have never done anything, it would not even be possible for you to think of such such things. Why should I forgive someone like you? Hearing all this, the 100-sword demon's son gets completely terrified and says in fear, please forgive me, I will behave myself. And just like that, the second son steps forward and slaps him hard right on his face, and blood comes out of his mouth from that slap. Everyone is completely shocked to see this. The man whose son was beaten is also completely shocked to see this. The second son tells him, live however you want after you get out of jail. Then he looks at the 100-sword demon's son's friends. His friends get completely terrified seeing the second son and say out of fear, we just did what we were told. Please let us go. The second son tells both of them, if you do not tell the whole truth, then you will definitely become scapegoats. The first person says, we will tell everything. The second says, I will do the same. The second son tells Daeryong to bring these two to the pavilion. Daeryong says, okay, sir. After a short while, the people from the pavilion arrive and take the three of them away. Everyone in the entertainment pavilion remains standing there looking at everyone. The second son says, if anything ever goes wrong again, report it to the Nirvana pavilion. As long as I am the master of the Nirvana pavilion, there will be no outside influence on the Nirvana pavilion. People are completely shocked to hear all this. The second son continues speaking, if anyone dares to call their father like this boy did, then I will also call my father. The man whose son was beaten is completely shocked to hear all this, and the people there slowly start getting happy upon hearing this, and then start shouting loudly. Everyone is extremely happy, and then Liang
goes to the man whose son was beaten and says, before we came here under the second young master's orders, the demonic physician examined your son. Hearing this, that man is completely stunned. What? Moving towards the second son, he says, is it true that special physician saw my son? The second son smiles and says, your son is more important. I saw him awake before coming here. You should also go to him. Hearing this, the man is surprised and tears start falling from his eyes. He says, thank you, second young master. I will never forget this kindness you have shown me. He goes to grab the second son's feet. The second son immediately stops him and says, have you not dedicated your entire life to our cult? So it is natural for us to protect someone like you. Hearing all this, that man becomes very emotional and extends his hand to hold the second son's hand. Seeing all this, the second son is completely surprised. That man says, thank you, thank you. Leon and Daeryong keep smiling seeing all this. They are also happy. Seeing all this, tears also come to the eyes of the pavilion owner. The second son smiles and says, no, our cult thanks you. And then the next day, we see the second son standing in the Nirvana pavilion and seeing everyone in front of him. He thinks, I thought the first ones to stand against this would be the Blood Heaven Sword Demon or the Sword Demons, but suddenly the people standing up are the people from the Nirvana pavilion. The senior special investigator, Gok Ming, says, I should have come to the office to see you, but it would have been too crowded there, so please forgive my rudeness. The second son says, why are you all looking at me? Gok Ming says, I heard that you were going to reopen the investigation that Nirvana had already proven innocent. The second son says, yes, I am doing it. Gok Ming says, we are concerned that if you do this, the morale and authority of the investigators might be destroyed. The second son looks at everyone and asks, do you all agree with this? Everyone shouts, yes, we agree. The second son says, then I do not. And the truth is, what I think is that due to the incident with Yang Ho, the authority of the pavilion has been destroyed, and in a very bad way. Gok Ming says, hearing this, what do you mean by saying that? The second son says, when I arrested Yang Ho, did you hear that Yang Ho confessed to all his crimes, and that too in front of everyone? Gok Ming says, yes, I heard. The second son says, then why are you here? Gok Ming says, what we are discussing is regarding the investigation which was closed and is now being reopened. The second son says, so this is a matter of principle. Gok Ming says, yes, and this has never happened before. The second son says, Investigator Gok, an innocent boy was beaten half to death, and the one who did it confessed it all with his own mouth. Do you not think this should be investigated again? How will you seem right if you stick to principles? Gok Ming says, nothing can be done about it if you say that I am old-fashioned and consider it necessary to maintain principles in the organization. Hearing all this,
this, the second son takes a deep breath, then says, "Okay, I want to hear what everyone thinks. Whoever thinks the investigation should be reopened, come to my side." We see everyone is hesitating. Just then, one of them steps forward, and it is Dae-ryong. Coming forward, he says, "I believe the investigation should be reopened." The second son asks, "And what is the reason?" Dae-ryong says, "That investigation was not satisfactory, and there is also no possibility that there is outside influence on this." The second son then says, "Good. Is there anyone else who thinks so?" After that, another person comes and says, "Yes, I also agree with this." Everyone looks at him. Ik-ho says, "My name is Ik-ho. I could not thank you earlier, but now I thank you for helping so much." The second son says, "So how are your wounds?" Ik-ho says, "I am fine now." The second son says, "Well, that is good to hear." Everyone in the pavilion keeps watching this. The second son also keeps watching, then calls out to the person who investigated that case. Jang Hwa steps forward and says, "Yes, sir." The second son says, "You were investigating the incident case, right? What do you think?" Jang says, "I investigated the incident very thoroughly and deeply." The second son says, "Did you receive any bribe?" Hearing this, that person is completely shocked. Hearing this, Gokmyong says, "How can you say such things?" After hearing this, the second son immediately releases his aura, and Gokmyong immediately falls silent. The second son says, "Do not speak without my permission." Hearing these words, Gokmyong gets completely terrified. The second son says, "Speak. Did you receive money from the 100-sword demon?" Jang says, "I swear on my life I received nothing. If you do not believe me, you can investigate me." The second son looks and then smiles and says, "I have already done that. You really did not receive any money?" Hearing this, everyone is stunned. Gokmyong says, "Did you conduct an internal investigation of the investigators? Even though this is a special investigation, that is not allowed." The second son says, "This is a special investigation. I received a direct order from the cult leader to do this." Gokmyong is shocked to hear this. A direct order from the cult leader? The second son says to Jang, "I am very curious. If you did not receive money, then why did you cover up this investigation?" Jang says, "According to the investigation, I did not cover up anything." The second son says, "Were you threatened regarding your sister?" Hearing this, Jang starts sweating. The second son continues speaking. "Based on the results of the investigation on you, you are so honest that it is very difficult to find this out. I did not believe those results. I went and checked myself, because there is no one in this world who hates money. But the surprising thing is that you are as honest as reported." Jang says nothing. Hearing all this, Gokmyong just stands there listening. The second son says, "Ultimately, why would someone like you conduct the investigation in this manner and cover everything up? You have a very big weakness, and that could be your sister who is in your family." Is only one hearing this. Jang is completely stunned. Gokmyong asks Jang, "Were you threatened by him?" Jang says nothing. Gok shouts, "Speak! Did you get threatened by him?" The second son thinks, "I know why Gokmyong took the lead and gathered everyone regarding this incident. Jang Hwa is a junior Gokmyong cares about very much. Gokmyong stepped forward because he wanted to help Jang, the investigator who was leading that case, so there would be no stain on his reputation." The second son says, "Do not worry about your sister. I have already sent warriors to protect your home until this incident is completely over. Your sister will be safe." Hearing this, Jang says, "Are you telling the truth?" The second son says, "Yes." Hearing this, tears come to Jang's eyes. He falls to his knees and crying says, "I have committed a huge crime." Hearing this, Gokmyong is completely stunned. "Did you really?" The second son says, "You know, right? You should not have done this, even if you were threatened, right?" Jang says, "Yes, Pavilion Master, I will accept my punishment." Hearing all this, everyone in the Nirvana Pavilion is completely stunned. The second son shouts and tells everyone, "Listen carefully. Now that I am the Pavilion Master, I will consider you people my family. If anyone dares to do anything to my family, I will crush him myself. From now on, nothing like this will happen inside the pavilion. In return, I promise you, if anyone does anything to you people, I will not let him go. Just like this time, if you receive a threat, you will tell me. I will ensure that I protect you and your family. Do I not seem trustworthy to you? If that is so, then trust the cult leader. Even if I have to beg my father for help, I will ensure that his help is obtained entertained. So from now on, if anyone dares to do something inside the pavilion, you will report directly to me. The work you do, I will ensure that you can do that work with your head held high. Hearing all this, the Nirvana Pavilion is completely stunned. Everyone in the Nirvana Pavilion is completely surprised hearing this, and the second son smiles, looking at everyone, then says, "When we are sure that our family is safe, then the Nirvana Pavilion will operate as it should. No matter who it is, if they commit a crime, then I believe they will get punished. And even if someone in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion commits a crime, I will not let him go either. And if the cult leader committed a crime, I would hold him accountable too." Everyone keeps listening. The second son continues speaking. "What I fear is not the cult leader's 8 demon supremes. What I fear is that the Nirvana Pavilion might become useless. We could not protect those we should have protected. Those who should get punished walk away smiling while we cannot do anything about them. I know I am saying this late, but I want you people to follow the pavilion master's wishes." Then one girl comes out from among those people. Dae-roon looks and says, "Jo Hae-young," and perhaps this is Dae-roon's crush. Hae-young moves forward in front of everyone. Everyone keeps looking at each other after that, and then everyone looks at each other and looks towards the second son and decides where to go, who they want to stand with. And slowly, one by one, everyone goes and stands behind the second son. Only Gok-myung is left standing in front of the second son. Seeing all this, he is surprised himself. The second son says, "If I want to turn what I have envisioned into reality, then I will need your experience." Extending his hand, he says, "Please help me." Gok-myung had not expected at all that the second son would say something like this. He remains stunned. The second son keeps looking at him and smiling. Gok-myung holds the second son's hand and says, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." After that, the second son says, "Investigators, go with the warriors and arrest Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon." Gok-myung says he will not let himself be arrested just like that. He has the 100-sword demon sect. The second son says, "Tell him to do whatever he pleases. If he does not come, I will charge him with treason." Everyone keeps listening to this. After a short while, we see that the 100-sword demon has arrived. He says, "Second young master." The second son says, "Do not call me second young master. Call me Nirvana Pavilion Master." Yang Tae says, "Oh, forgive me, Pavilion Master. What is the reason for summoning me here? And what does it mean that if I did not come, I would be charged with treason?" The second son says, "I think because that was the only way to see you." Yang Tae looks, then says, "I apologize for not complying with the arrest. As you know, there are many things in the organization that need to be looked after, and I had my pride in front of my companions." The second son says, "I can understand. This matter was not exaggerated in the beginning. This all happened when children were playing with each other. It must have happened like that." Yang Tae says, "I knew you would understand. If you want to run the Nirvana Pavilion like this, then you will definitely need inside help, and you will also need funds." Hearing all this, the second son thinks he is just twisting words around, but he wants to bribe me. Yang Tae continues speaking. "Not only that, if you want to become the official successor in the future, then you will definitely need our help. Right now, everyone is supporting." The first young master, the second son, says, "If you will truly help me, then I will be truly grateful." Hearing this, Yang Tae smiles and says, "As expected, you are truly generous. I will ensure that I serve you well from now on. I will soon organize a great meal for you too." Then he stands up to leave. Seeing this, the second son says, "Where are you going?" Yang Tae says, "Yes, aren't we done talking?" The second son says, "When you said that you would help me, didn't you mean that you would do so after coming out of jail?" Hearing this, Yang Tae falls into thought, then says, "Please stop joking like this." The second son says, "Does it sound like I am joking? We are talking about the Nirvana Pavilion investigator whose family received death threats." Yang Tae says, "I am sure I already said I gave no such threat." The second son says, "You said it, but it makes no difference to me because I have already received testimony from the investigator that he was threatened. According to the rules of our cult, the testimony of Nirvana Pavilion investigators carries more weight than the testimony of any other warrior. This was made to protect the Nirvana Pavilion investigators. You might not know this because I also just found this out. This is all just because of people like you. There are many people who who think that they can do anything and just get away with it. If you confess the truth right now, your sentence will be reduced to 10 years. If not, then you will get a punishment of 20 years. Hearing all this, young Tae says, "Pavilion Master, have you gone mad?" The second son says, "If I have gone mad, then I will do this anyway. I think it will be difficult to deal with people with a mindset like yours. Fine, I give you 5 minutes to think." Young Tae says, "Why are you doing this after all?" The second son looks at him, then says, "Why am I doing this? Your son was about to beat his own friend to death, and it was not just a one-sided fight. He was being tormented for many years, and you, his father, threatened the investigator's family. Threatened to kill him if this thing was not covered up, and now you dare to ask me why?" Young Tae shouts and says, "How can storage guards be like us? Shouldn't we be given a higher status than them?" Until now, the Nirvana Pavilion kept its eyes closed on all such things. The second son says, "These are disturbing and scary words." Hearing this, young Tae says, "What?" The second son says, "From now on, nothing like this will happen." Young Tae says, "If you do something like this to me, the Demon Supremes will not just stand by." The second son says, "They will do nothing. Even when I cut down the commander of the demonic army, they did nothing, so why would they do anything for you?" Hearing all this, young Tae gets angry and punches the table, breaking it. He says, "Look, Nirvana Pavilion Master." The second son says, "What, will you threaten to kill my family?" And after hearing this, young Tae is unable to say anything. Rising from the chair, the second son says, "I will just give you a few minutes. Just confess your crime," and leaves from there. When the second son comes out, young Tae shouts very loudly in anger. Coming out, the second son thinks, perhaps the reason for the fall of the demonic cult was not Hwa Mo-gi. 100-sword demon has the audacity to threaten a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. Looking at the sky after coming out, he says, "The order inside the cult has fallen so much that he dares to threaten me. Was the fall of our cult really because of Hwa Mo-gi?" He comes out of the pavilion walking, and just then his gaze goes to the side and sees the Blood Heaven sword demon sitting there with alcohol in his hand. The second son looks at him and stands right there. The Blood Heaven sword demon sits leaning on his sword planted in the ground and then drinks alcohol. After that, looking at the second son, he says, "Welcome, second young master. Oh, or should I call you Nirvana Pavilion Master from now on?" The second son, whose name has just been revealed, is Jam Mugak, and he had summoned the 100-sword demon Yang Tae to arrest him. Jam leaves Yang Tae with no choice. He sees no other way but to surrender. Jam tells Yang Tae to surrender as he has no other path, and saying this, he walks out. As soon as he exits the pavilion, he realizes that the Blood Heaven sword demon is waiting for him. Sitting there, seeing Jam, Champa says, "Come and drink with me." Jam immediately goes and sits right in front of him. Champa says, "I warned you, didn't I, that nothing good would happen if we keep meeting like this?" Jam says, "You are the one who keeps looking for me." Hearing this, Champa looks at him. Jam also does not avert his gaze. After that, Champa takes a drink and says, "Recently, there were times when I saw something new in you. After winning the fight, when you asked for your wish from the cult leader, I shouted in my mind, 'Yes, this is it. If there is a wise person, then he should ask for a wish like this.'" Jam says, "Yes, I admit that my wish was very good." Champa says, "Everything started from that very day that you started making my blade cry." Says, "How can it cry because of me? It is more likely that it is a lament." Champa says, "A lament?" Jam says, "Yes, your disciple used energy-dissipating poison during our fight, and your other disciple came looking for me and humiliated my companion. Your brother was using the demonic army for his own benefit. Your companion threatened the Nirvana Pavilion investigator's family that he would kill his family. So that is why your blade is bound to cry. It is a pity that those around you cannot match you." Chanpa keeps listening to all this very carefully, then says, "You really play well with words, but what you said is wrong." Jam says, "Please tell me. Why is that?" Chanpa says, "First, you said that those around me cannot stand as my equals. No, those people are perfect for me, because I am just that much." Hearing this, Jam says nothing, just keeps looking and thinking. Chanpa says, "Let the 100-sword demon go. Because of you, the morale of my people has hit rock bottom." Jam says, "I will let him go if he is found innocent." As soon as Jam says this, Chanpa gets angry. His His aura starts spreading all around, and the surrounding air becomes very tense. Jam is also completely shocked. The demonic energy he possesses is truly on a completely different level. I understood why Father said that this is not the right time. Chonpa says, "Let me make you a suggestion." Jam says, "Please stop." Chonpa says, "What?" Somehow enduring Chonpa's demonic energy. Jam speaks, "If you have come here to ask for a favor, then just do that. I am telling you, do not ask for a favor while giving me advice." Hearing this, Chonpa remains like that, then calms himself down, looks at Jam, then lowers his gaze. Then looking at him, he says, "You are right. It is very rare for someone to speak to me so directly." Jam says, "It would be better for you to be careful, because water gathered in one place starts to get dirty. No person remains static because he wants to be. After staying in the water for some time, those people start liking it, and they lose the chance to get out of that stagnant water. That is why we do not put ourselves in dirty water. You should take this opportunity, and you should remove a little bit of the water. He is not worthy enough for you to protect him." Jeonpo keeps listening to all this. After that, he drinks his drink. Then holding his glass out, he says, "Will you accept a drink from me?" Jeom looks at the cup for a moment, then takes the glass. Jeonpo pours liquid, saying, "All right, fine. I will let a little bit of the water go." Jeom says, "This is a good choice." Just then Jeonpo says, "But in return, I want you to become my water." Hearing this, Jeom is about to drink the liquor, but stops right there. He falls deep into thought. He wants me to become his water. Could it be? Jeonpo says, "Drink that liquor. If your intention is to become the heavenly demon, then I will be with you." Jeom is shocked to hear this. He thinks a little. I never thought he would say something like this. Everyone knows that he is openly supporting my brother, but still, he wants to leave my brother and choose me? Jeom says, "Aren't you already supporting my brother?" Jeonpo says, "That is because I did not know before that you are this kind of crazy." Hearing this, Jeom thinks again. His mind has gone bad. This is someone who can sell anyone for his own benefit. I killed his brother. I crippled his disciple and put his companion in jail. Despite doing all this, he is talking about supporting me. He says, "I killed your brother." Jeonpo becomes a little quiet hearing this, then starts speaking. "Once we step out of our parents' shadow, we become strangers. You expect only grief from me just because my blood relative died. Do not be a laughing stock. Only the thorns under one's own fingernails cause the most pain to a human. It is not like I decided that I would only support your brother, and even if it was so, I would change my mind. Can I not do that?" Jeom says, "If you are with me, does this mean that the whole army is behind me? But then why would you choose me now?" Jeonpo says, "Seeing this madness of yours that destroys everything, I am thinking that I can bet on this." Jeom says, "So you are saying that I am crazy. Just because of that you are choosing me?" Jeonpo says, laughing, says, "Yes, I will completely devour this madness of yours." Jam keeps looking and Jeonpo keeps smiling. Jam thinks, if I were a young man right now, I might have trusted the Blood Heaven Sword demon because of flattery. However, I know what kind of dirty games he can play with a young boy. He asked me if I intend to become the heavenly demon. He is trying to make it sound like if I work with him, I will become the heavenly demon. Putting the glass of alcohol down, he says, "I am happy that you think so much of me. This is the time to do what I must do." Jeonpo looks at the glass of alcohol that Jam has not drunk. Jam says, "What do you think my father will say? Won't he think that I am avoiding work and playing politics when he has kept me here to do an important job?" Jeonpo says, "What do you think will happen if you perform the role of Nirvana Pavilion Master well? If the cult leader intends to keep you as the Nirvana Pavilion Master, do you intend to rot there forever? There is only one path you can choose. Whether you become the heir or not, the cult leader will pay even more attention to you if you work with me. Just by the fact that I have chosen you, you will be noticed even more, and everyone's attention will be only on you." Jam says nothing hearing his words. He thinks he is not wrong, but there is one thing he is overlooking. Straightening the hierarchy in our cult is not something only I want. Father wants it too. He says, "Please give me some time to think. Once I make a decision, I will drink this liquor." Jeonpo looks, then getting up says, "Fine. If you drank it like a fool just because I said so, that would not work." He immediately swings his sword towards Jam. Just as it is about to hit Jam's neck,
neck, that sword stops right there. As soon as the sword stops, a lot of demonic energy comes out of it, and that sword stopped because Jam blocked his sword with his own, but he also has to use a lot of strength to stop his sword. Janpa says, I will await your answer.
Tomorrow I will listen to your answer. Jam says, I will tell you after 5 days. Hearing this, Janpa angrily says 3 days, and saying just that, he immediately jumps and leaves from there. Jam puts his sword back in his sheath, and due to blocking that attack, his hand takes quite an impact. Holding his hand, he says, this crazy old man, this hurts so much. So friends, I held this back just because of this one chapter, because in this chapter, these people are just talking. The next day, we see outside the Nirvana Pavilion, and here everyone is training very hard according to Jong-ho. Jong-ho looks at everyone and says, are you people going to fall already? This demonic army training is not ordinary training. Are the enforcement warriors of the Nirvana Pavilion not capable of finishing this training? Do you people think you can do missions after this? Your wife, your children, your friends, anyone here can betray you, but not this sweat that is flowing right now. Daryong and Jam keep looking at Jong-ho. Daryong says, as far as I know, Jong-ho is not married. It is funny to hear him mention a wife and children. Jam smiles and says, that is true. Daryong says, but how did you do it? Jam asks, do what? Daryong says, I'm talking about the Southern Blade House publishing an apology statement. I cannot believe that they are admitting that they did wrong and are also apologizing. I never even thought this would happen. Jam says, if you are curious, then go ask them. Daryong says, please do not say that, even if you are joking. If I go to the Southern Blade House right now, who knows? My legs might get broken. Jam says, no, even if you dance in their training ground at this time, you will come back safe and sound. Just only at this time. Hearing this, Daryong cannot say anything. Jam remembers that Janpa told him that he would wait for the answer. Then he tells Daryong, send Yang Tae and his son to a jail where it is most difficult to make contact. For what they have done, they will have to take full responsibility. Daryong says, yes, I understood, and leaves from there. As Jam walks forward, he thinks, if I had not intervened in this matter, these people would have continued their corruption.
Life just as they pleased, while Guoksu and his entire family, who were the victims, lived a miserable life because of people like Yang. There must be others like Guoksu whom I do not know about, and this will keep going on. I will not let such people create havoc. Then, slowly the sun sets and night falls. We see many people standing in one place in the demonic village because of Jam, as a new branch of the Nirvana Pavilion has been established. Everyone is in shock seeing this. They say, is this place a Nirvana Pavilion branch? Jam says, absolutely. If any warrior of our cult abuses his authority, then come here and report him. Hearing this, no one says anything, because many things are running through their minds. Seeing their faces, Jam says, what do you people usually do when our warriors abuse their authority? The man in front says, what do we do? Seeing their faces, Jam thinks, perhaps these people endure it and remain silent. Even those who know they should report to the Nirvana Pavilion could not do so before. Even entering the Nirvana Pavilion, these people have to explain the reason why they have come. Identity is not the only thing checked. A full body search is conducted, and these people have to go through this process several times even before reaching the Nirvana Pavilion. He tells everyone, if anything is related to our cult warriors, report it to the Nirvana Pavilion branch. After hearing this, the man standing at the front says, is it really true? Jam says, absolutely, and I want you to spread this word everywhere. Tell the other villagers, too, that you can report to the Nirvana Pavilion if the warriors of our cult do something wrong. And yes, they should not worry about revenge. Jam says many such words. After hearing all this, that man thinks the second young master has truly opened a branch for us. Bowing his head, he says, I will ensure that I tell everyone about this. Hearing this, Jam smiles and leaves from there. As he walks away, he thinks, this is where it will start. With the Nirvana Pavilion in the center, we will protect the villagers, the low-rank warriors, and those who are suffering, those who have been wronged, those who are weak. By doing this, we will teach everyone a necessary law that everyone
everyone's life is equal. With this principle, I will move forward. Thinking all this, he enters the pavilion. As soon as he enters, his gaze goes forward and Jungpa, seeing Jem, says, "Are you ready to have a drink?" Jem comes in front of him and sitting down says, "Yes, I am ready." Hearing this, Jungpa pours liquor into the glass. The second son keeps looking closely at Jungpa, and Jungpa also keeps looking closely at him. After pouring the liquor, Jungpa says, "Drink it." Jem looks at Jungpa. Jem says, "Then I need something to eat." Jungpa does not quite understand, asks, "What thing do you want to eat?" Jem says, "The demonic army." Jungpa is completely shocked. "What?" Jem says, "Please put the demonic army inside my mouth." After Jem says this, there is complete silence for a moment. Jungpa looks at Jem with anger, then says, "Hey, second young master, things do not work like this in this world." Jem says, "Is it not common to eat something while drinking?" Hearing this, Jungpa raises his hand and puts it on his face, says, "I waited for you for 3 days and you dared to make such an absurd condition?" Jungpa is so angry that his demonic energy emits from his eyes. He pulls his sword from the ground and attacking Jem says, "Forget it. I will just cut off your head and take it to the heavenly demon pavilion." Jungpa attacks Jem with his sword. Jem immediately draws his sword and avoids that attack, blocks that attack, but due to the impact of that attack, he slides back quite a distance, dragging on the ground. After stopping that attack, Jem starts trembling there. Then Jungpa says, "Not bad." Jem starts looking at him. Jungpa says, "Truly not bad. You have built your inner energy quite well. Now I realize taking your head will not be that easy." Jungpa's demonic energy is spread all around him. Jungpa again swings his sword from top to bottom. Swings his sword just as his sword is about to reach Jem. Jem also immediately moves his sword forward and somehow blocks Jungpa's sword again at the right time. He has put all his strength into stopping that attack. Jungpa keeps looking at Jem, and Jem also looks at Jungpa while holding back that attack. Because of Jungpa's attack, dust starts flying all around. A wave of wind comes out from there. We see that both their swords have clashed with each other. In the very next moment, due to the impact of that attack by Jungpa, Jem flies backward. Jungpa keeps looking at Jem, but Jem is about to fall, but does not fall. He remains standing. Jungpa's attention goes to his sword, and he is shocked because his sword trembles. He smiles, then resting his sword on his shoulder says, "Interesting, very interesting." Jungpa's demonic energy surrounds him all around. Jem remains standing holding his sword. He is also having a lot of difficulty. He thinks, "I want to fight him using the 4 strides of Wind God. I am curious to know, can this stop the death step? But no, I cannot use it right now. Time is on my side, so I have no reason to take a risk in such a dangerous fight while I do not even have that much inner energy." He says to Jungpa again, "Please give me the demonic army." Jungpa says, "Who do you want me to make the commander of the demonic army? It cannot be you, now that you are the Nirvana Pavilion Master." Jang says, "I want you to choose Jang Ho, the 3rd Corps commander." Jungpa says, "Isn't Jang Ho on your side? Too much greed will get you killed." Jang says, "You are the one who wants to devour everything using madness, and you are the one who suggested working together. The path on which only crazy people walk cannot be ordinary anywhere." Hearing this, Jungpa remains standing stunned, completely crazy. Jang says, "Am I wrong? You are all crazy who want to work with me." Jungpa says nothing. Jang thinks, "I still do not know what he wants to do, because last time he died before showing the world, and he was the first among the 8 demon supremes to die. How can someone like him die first?" After hearing all this, Jungpa keeps looking at Jin, then says angrily, You brat! Your greed has completely ruined this deal," and angrily kicks the ground hard. A lot of dust flies, and immediately he jumps upwards from there and leaves. The second son watches him leaving and thinks, "He cannot refuse my proposal, because no one knows better than him that I have 7 other supremes with whom I can work." 2 days later, we see Jang Ho standing in front of Jin completely stunned, saying, "What is happening after all? The Blood Heaven Sword Demon has recommended me to become the commander of the demonic army. Are you behind this?" Hearing this, Jin thinks, "My decision was right. Jang Ho is definitely intelligent and alert to have come to ask me this question." He says, "You are right. I told him to do so. Jang Ho says, I am grateful that you think so much of me, but I am not worthy of that position. Jin says, there is no need to be so humble. This position belongs to the commander of the demonic army who died at my hands. This is a different situation. Run the demonic army just like you run the Third Corps. If you do this, then it is certain you will become the best demonic army commander in history. Hearing these words, Jang Ho is completely surprised. He says, you are truly giving me too much importance. Jin says, you might think so, but now that there are other people whose names will be given for that position, so let us see how things turn out. Jang Ho says, okay, and immediately leaves from there. Jin thinks after he leaves, I told him that let us see what happens next, but I intend to keep him in the West by making him the commander of the demonic army. And now we see Jin after sunset. His facial expression has changed completely because standing in front of him is his father, the heavenly demon. Jin keeps looking at his father. He says nothing because his father is wearing different clothes, and his father also says nothing, just keeps looking at him. Then Jin says, is this a garb? The heavenly demon says, no, these are my pajamas. After this, for a short while, neither of them speaks anything. The heavenly demon says, what are you doing here so late at night? Jam says, late night? It is still evening. Shouldn't this be the biggest secret? Are you sleeping early? If the Marim Alliance found out, they would attack you while you sleep. The heavenly demon says, get to the point then. Jam says, I have decided to use the Blood Heaven Sword Demon as my sword. The heavenly demon says, didn't you recently say that you wanted to kill him? Jam says, killing him would be meaningless. His father says nothing, just keeps looking at Jam. Looking at his father's face, Jam thinks this will not be news for father. When the Blood Heaven Sword Demon recommended Jang, he must have realized then that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon is working with me. Jam stands with his head bowed. The heavenly demon keeps looking at him, then says, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon is not someone you can control and make your sword. Jam says, I have no intention of taming him. I will just use him until he breaks. He is not valuable enough yet for me to make him a part of my collection right now. The heavenly demon says, what will happen if that sword turns on you? Jam says, then I will let him try. There is a difference between him and me. Here, he has grown old, and if he breaks once, that will be his end. But the more I slash, the stronger I will become. Hearing all this, the heavenly demon says, the words suit you, but still, why are you telling me this? Jam says, I'm receiving a salary from you, so it is a normal thing for me to tell you everything about what I am doing. The heavenly demon says, are you sure you are not here to tell me to accept the Blood Heaven Sword Demon's proposal according to your plan? Jam says, no, quite the opposite. Please never say yes to the proposal he made, no matter what happens. The heavenly demon says, so you want me to refuse him? Jam says, yes, I want to use this opportunity to show the Blood Heaven Sword Demon his place. When he was with me, he was acting like he was very powerful and high up. Other people might even think that he is better than you. I want to show him his place. The heavenly demon just keeps looking at him, then says, take him with you. It is an opportunity for you to acquire the demonic army, but you are letting this thing go just like that, just for the sake of showing the Blood Heaven Sword Demon his place? Do not talk nonsense with me. Tell me what you truly want. Hearing this, Jam thinks, just as I thought. He is very sharp. Smiling, he says, yes, you are right. I will get something from the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, and to accomplish this, things must not go according to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. The heavenly demon says, is this more important than the demonic army? Jam says, yes, in a sense. Oh yes, I will make the demonic army mine as well. I will make everything mine. The heavenly demon just keeps looking at Jam, hearing all this. He says as he leaves, do not talk ridiculous things. Saying this, he leaves from there. Jam watches him and thinks, Father, what could be more laughable than seeing you in pajamas tonight? The next day, we see the heavenly demon standing in front of Chan Pa. Chan Pa says, cult leader, while things are not going according to your plans, the second young master is distancing himself from the cult. The heavenly demon says, are you not the one doing this? Chan Pa says, absolutely not. Because of you, cult leader, I have only recently realized his potential. The heavenly demon says, he is still immature. Chan Pa says, immature? Yes. On what basis are you saying that? My wish is to take him to even greater heights. The heavenly demon says, if it is your wish to help him, then then truly this will be a very good opportunity for him. Do as you please. Chanpa says, thank you. He thinks for a moment, then speaks again. Now that you have given me permission to help him, can you give him a good push from behind? The heavenly demon says, what do you mean? Chanpa says, for the demonic army commander selection, please give permission for the person I have chosen to become the commander. Hearing this, the heavenly demon remembers what Jam had said last night, not to agree to him under any circumstances. The heavenly demon tells Chanpa, then it will be a bit difficult for me to accept that. Chanpa says, this is something that the second young master also wants. The heavenly demon says, as you know, I am supporting my second son a lot. I must also consider my first son. Feelings into account, Chanpa says, while raising disciples. There is something I learned. If we support one, then we should let the other go. I have been criticized a lot for not being able to do this. Hearing this, the heavenly demon says, I do not care. Unlike you, who has a good heart, I will just kill anyone who ever speaks about me. Hearing this, Chanpa just keeps looking. He has no words left. The heavenly demon says, anything else? Chanpa says, no, I will see you again. Saying this much, he starts leaving from there. But in his mind, this is what is going on. If he has already chosen to support him, then he should proceed completely on this. Chanpa goes to the heavenly demon to discuss making Chung Ho the commander of the demonic army, but Jiam had already told his father that no matter what happens, he must not say yes to Chanpa regarding this, and the heavenly demon does exactly that. The heavenly demon flatly refuses Chanpa. Chanpa is completely shocked. As he leaves, he wonders why he is suddenly not supporting the second son, and now we see the night scene. Chanpa and Jiam are sitting together and talking. Chanpa says, it seems the cult leader values your brother more than you. Jiam says, is that so? After that, he just looks and doesn't say anything. I mean, he pauses for a bit and says, it seems our being together isn't working, so you should have made up for where I lacked. Hearing these words, Chanpa is completely stunned. He looks at him and says, are you saying that I am not good enough? Jiam says, I am just a little disappointed. Hearing this, Chanpa gets even more irritated. Putting down his cup of alcohol, he says, look, making Chung Ho the commander of the demonic army is impossible. Jiam says, have you given up already? Pouring alcohol, Chanpa says, there is no point in sticking to something that doesn't work. Jiam says, you couldn't do one thing for me, and yet for so long you kept acting high and mighty in front of me. Chanpa says angrily, just one thing? High and mighty? Jiam says, you were the one who said you would support and help me. Chanpa says, you were the one who asked for something like a child that simply cannot be done. Jiam says, if that is the case, you should have refused my proposal. You shouldn't have even named Jiang Ho for the commander of the demonic army the next day. Chanpa just keeps listening. He says nothing. Then Jiam draws his sword. Taking it out, he draws a line on the ground. Chanpa watches him. Jiam says, previously you said that the cult leader thinks so highly of me. I trusted your words and stayed within the limit. But is your relationship with my father not even this much? Chanpa keeps looking at the line. A lot is going on in his mind. Jiam also keeps watching him. He thinks, yes, he won't have anything to say. He says, if I were in your place, I would have done anything to accomplish this. Chanpa's gaze remains down. Then looking at Jiam, he says, try it and see. Jiam says, what? Chanpa says, didn't you laugh at me that I am not capable of doing such a small thing? You should be able to do this easily. Jiam says, what will you do if my father agrees to my request? Chanpa says, go and try. The opposite will happen. Hearing this, Jiam thinks he is completely sure that if father refused him, he will never say yes to me either. He knows father very well. He says, do you intend to make a bet? Hearing this, Chanpa says, a bet? Why not? Let's have it. If you also fail to do this, then you will be on my side. Without saying a word, you will stop talking about asking for more from me. Jiam says, if I succeed in doing this, then Chanpa stops thinking upon hearing this. Then he says, I will do whatever you want. Jiam says, if I succeed in doing this, then I want an elixir, and that elixir must be the demonic essence pill. Hearing this, Chanpa is shocked and says, do you even know how difficult it is to find the demonic essence pill elixir? Jiam says, I know. That is why I'm saying this. We are both in the same boat. Doesn't my becoming powerful make you powerful? And then both of them become silent for a moment. Jiam thinks, there is a reason why I asked him for an elixir, a rare elixir that gives more inner energy, the demonic essence pill. I know he has the heavenly divine pill. He says, if you cannot make Jung-ho the commander of the demonic army, and if you cannot give the elixir either, then I don't know anything. What is the need for me to work with you? Cheongpa keeps looking. Then he says, okay, if you make Jung-ho the commander of the demonic army, then you will get the elixir. After this, Jiam takes out his sword and says, then this is a promise. Then Cheongpa also takes out his sword and touches Jiam's sword, and then leaves quickly from there. Watching him, Jiam thinks, if I can consume the heavenly divine pill, and even more importantly, since I have already consumed the demonic essence pill, then I will not lose to the demonic supreme because of inner energy. I know very well how to win this bet. And now we see the next morning. Jiam has come to Sima. Sima asks Jiam, how much chance does Jung-ho have to become the commander of the demonic army? Jiam says, yes, please tell me honestly about this. Sima says, less than 10%. Jiam says, I heard the Blood Heaven Sword Demon recommended Jung-ho. Sima says, the cult leader refused his recommendation. As you know, the cult leader does not change his mind just like that without any reason. Jiam says, I know very well. So how would this be if another demonic supreme recommended Jung-ho? Sima says, another demonic supreme will recommend him? Jiam says, yes, that is what I am saying. The conversation between both of them ends here. Jiam leaves. Sima keeps sitting there reading a book, and he thinks about what Jiam told him. Jiam told him 2 demonic supremes, if they recommend Jung-ho, then what will happen? Sima says, this has never happened before, but if this actually happens, then Jung-ho's chances of becoming the commander of the demonic army increase. The cult leader might change his mind because of this, but can this really happen? Jiam smiles. He says, I will try once. Sometimes it happens that dealing with 2 tigers is easier than dealing with 1 tiger. Sima keeps thinking about Jiam's words. The only thing going on in Sima's mind is the second tiger. Could it be the Sword Supreme? Then we see in the Nirvana Pavilion, here, the Northern Heaven Sword Clan martial artist Byuk Chung-taek has come and sat in front of Jiam. He says, rape? That servant is framing me. Please let me confront her. Jiam says, why do you think she is framing you? Chung-taek says, how would I know? Maybe someone told her to do this, or maybe I offended her in some way, but I never raped her. Jiam looks at him and says, okay, I will let you meet her. He calls out to Taryumung. Then Taryumung brings that servant with him. Seeing that girl, Chung-taek immediately stands up and starts shouting loudly at her. Oi, are you doing this? Hearing this, the girl gets scared. Jiam tells him, calm down. If you shout one more time, I won't let you talk to her at all. Chung-taek becomes completely silent. Jiam asks the girl, is this the person who raped you? That servant doesn't say anything, just nods her head. Yes. Seeing this, Chung-taek starts shouting, how dare you lie? And look at her. She is trembling. She is scared so that her lie doesn't get caught. Jiam says, it is because she is just scared. Chung-taek says, what? What, Pavilion Master? What are you saying? Are you taking her side? Jiam says, I heard that you told her if she reveals your truth, you will go to her hometown and kill her family. Chung-taek says, what is this? I mean, do you really believe her words? Jiam signals Taryumung. Taryumung understands and brings the other 2 servants as well. Seeing this, Chung-taek is completely stunned. Jiam says to Chung-taek, you remember these people, right? All these servants have worked for you before. Chung-taek says, I know them. They have grown quite a bit. Chung-taek keeps looking at both servants. Those servants also look at Chung-taek but say nothing. Jiam says, there is no need to pretend not to know. Both of them have already testified that the way you raped the children is the same. And just like this one, you threatened them. You played with them for 2 to 3 years and then replaced them with new children. Hearing all this, Chung-taek realizes that there is no way to escape now. He speaks the truth, still not completely. He says, I made a mistake after drinking alcohol. Please, give me one more chance. So far, no one has gone to jail just for touching a servant. Jiam says, you have done your research. Yes, that is right. Chung-taek says, I swear to God, I will never do this again. If you want me to write it down, I can write it. Jiam says, you don't need to go that far. You will not go to jail. Hearing Jiam's words, the 3 servants get completely terrified and scared that he will get away with it. Now, on the other hand, hearing Jiam's words, Chung-taek becomes very happy and says, thank you very much. One day I will, and Chung-taek is
unable to finish these words. Jiam immediately stands up, draws his sword, and instantly slits his throat. He severs his head from his body. He says, "You will not go to jail, but to some other place." Jungtaek's body starts falling down. A lot of blood bleeds from his body, and Jiam puts his sword back into its sheath. Seeing Jiam do this, the three servants are completely shocked. They did not expect at all that Jiam would kill him straight away, and seeing Jiam do this, Taeyong is also completely stunned. Jiam says, "The person who tormented you all so much is dead. Now there is no danger to your family members, so live your life without any worry." Now the three servants keep looking at Jiam. Jiam says, "You people will probably never forget everything that happened to you until your dying breath. If you must remember, then remember what happened today. Let this event make up for whatever wrong he did to you. Remember the expression on his face right now." Jiam thinks, "This is all I can do for these people." The servants are still completely shocked. Then they say to Jiam, "Thank you for taking our revenge." The three of them just stand there. Then slowly tears start filling their eyes. Their tears become uncontrollable. All three of them start crying suddenly, saying, "Thank you." Hearing the servants, Jiam and Sion both say nothing. They just stand there. Then Jiam says, "There is no need to thank me. I could only punish him because you showed courage and testified against him. This is all your doing. So keep living with courage like this." The three servants bow their heads and say, "Okay, sir." After this, Taeyong takes the three servants away. Jiam keeps watching. He thinks, "Father, if we cannot protect these children and only the powerful survive, then fate will have you cut down by those orthodox martial artists you hate so much. No, you must definitely be cut down. You should absolutely be cut down." Just then Li-an comes and calls Jiam. Li-an's gaze falls on Jungtaek's body. She says, "That person serves the Northern Heaven swordsman, the Flower Sword Supreme. She will not let this go just like that. Are you not scared?" Jiam says, "Of course I am scared. I am scared that I might die before cleaning up all the trash." Li-an says, "Ever since you became the pavilion master, there has been a lot of gradual improvement in our cult. If it keeps going like this, good people will come into the Murim Alliance." Jiam smiles and says, "Those who cannot rape servants? Yes, that is a good idea, isn't it?" Li-an says, "It should be like that." Jiam says, "Until now we couldn't do what was naturally necessary." Li-an says nothing. Jiam goes to Taeyong. He tells him, "Taeyong, inform the Sword Supreme right now. Tell her that there was a problem during the investigation, so we will come to meet and explain everything." And the next day we see, in the Northern Heaven Sword clan, Taeyong and Jiam have both come to meet the Flower Sword Supreme. A member of the demonic supreme takes Jiam and Taeyong to the Flower Sword Supreme where she is currently staying, and they keep walking for quite a long time until they reach inside the house. And then the Flower Sword Supreme appears in front of Jiam. She says to Jiam, "Welcome Pavilion Master Jiam." And this is the Flower Sword Supreme, Seo Yeon Rage. Jiam has reached Flower Sword Supreme, Seo Yeon Rage. The Flower Sword Supreme still looks 20 years old, but she is double that age. That is why there is a saying in the cult that even if the world changes, the Flower Sword Supreme will never change. The truth is, as her age increases, she is getting younger. Greeting her, Jiam says, "Long time no see, ma'am." Seo Yeon Rage says, "The word ma'am doesn't really suit me. Why don't you just call me Sword Supreme?" Jiam says, "I cannot do that because you are my elder." Seo Yeon Rage says, "You respect me just because I am older? I don't think that is right. Respect should only be given to those who are worthy of it. Even if someone is young, they should be respected if they are deserving." Hearing this, Jiam remains silent for a moment. Then he says, "Okay, I will do as you wish, but in return, you will also speak to me casually." Seo Yeon Rage says, "Okay." Jiam looks at Soon Taeyong. Then he explains about Soon Taeyong. "This is the special investigator. He is in charge of the incident that happened recently. I brought him here so that he can explain it to you properly." Greeting her, Soon Taeyong says, "My name is Soon Taeyong." Just then, Seo Yeon says, "That is not necessary. If the Nirvana Pavilion has decided that a crime was committed, then it must be so. A man who rapes little girls deserves the death penalty. So my sword house will not cause any trouble regarding this." Jiam looks at her. Then he looks at Soon Taeyong. Both look at each other. Looking at Jiam, Soon Taeyong understands and comes out of the room. Seeing this, Seo Yeon Rage smiles. She says, "Thank you for working so hard recently. The air in the cult has started to change. You are doing a great job." Jiam smiles and says, "This was possible because you were a great pillar of support." Seo Yeon Rage says,
there's no need to flatter an old woman like me. Jiam says, please don't say that. You still look like you were 20 years old. Seon-Reg says, 20 years old? What nonsense. I've already taken a back seat so that I can understand martial arts better. Jiam thinks, before the regression, the Flower Sword Supreme lived a completely different life from what she is saying now. When my father was killed by Hua Gi, and when the cult was closed, all the 8 Supremes and all the martial masters fought to become the leader of the cult, and in the end, the first person to become the cult leader was the Flower Sword Supreme. When she became the leader of the cult, rivers of blood flowed constantly. This wouldn't have happened if she were good at playing politics, but her ability to rule was not equal to her ambitions. After ruling for 3 years, she was killed by the hands of the person who became the next cult leader. He says, to tell the truth, when this incident happened, I was in a very difficult situation. Seon-Reg says, in a difficult situation? Jiam says, you must have probably heard that there was quite a conflict between the Southern Sword House and me. He thinks, I intentionally named the Southern Sword House, which belongs to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Now how will she react to me? The whole cult knows that among the 8 Supremes, the relationship between the Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the Flower Sword Supreme is very bad. That is why the Sword Demon and Sword Masters are like a cat and dog. He says, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon put a lot of pressure on me, but this time there was a conflict between me and your sword house. Seon-Reg hears all this. Then she says, I am completely different from the Sword Demon. Jiam says, yes, you are absolutely right. Seon-Reg says, now that we are talking about this, I heard the Sword Demon recommended someone for the demonic army commander, someone named Jung Ho, and he is from the Southern Sword House. What is happening there? Jiam looks and then says, Jung Ho is an extraordinary person and very loyal. To tell the truth, Jung Ho is my man. She says, how did you persuade the Sword Demon to do this? Jiam says, I used his pride. I told him, he should make a choice for the cult. He shouldn't think about who is close to him or get political now that he is one of the Demon Supremes. Seon-Reg says he would never agree to such things. Jiam says this might be because he doesn't want to lose me. After hearing these words, Seon-Reg says nothing. She keeps looking down. Jiam also keeps watching her. Then he says, he also told me that among the 8 Demon Supremes, he cares about the cult the most, but it seems it is difficult even for the Sword Demon to make Jung Ho the commander of the demonic army. The chief advisor gave a suggestion on how this can happen, but it seems very difficult to achieve. Seon-Reg asks, what is his suggestion? Jiam says he suggested that to make Jung Ho the commander of the demonic army, one more of the 8 Demon Supremes needs to recommend him, but the problem is that no other Demon Supreme will do so. Seon-Reg says, why do you think that? Jiam starts looking at her with wide eyes and says, what? Seon-Reg says, you think the Sword Demon is the only one among the Demon Supremes who thinks about the cult? Jiam says, that is not the case. Seon-Reg says, but still, you came here to see me so that you could play with my pride and ask me to recommend Jung Ho along with the Sword Demon. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Jiam thinks she realized exactly what I expected. Now it is time to speak the truth. When circumstances mix truth and lies, no one knows what is going to happen. Only then will the attempt to fulfill this plan give the most satisfaction. He says, so you noticed. Seon-Reg says nothing. She just stands there after hearing this. Jiam thinks she probably has doubts. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon is the type who abandoned his own brother, so why would he choose me? Seon-Reg looks closely at Jiam. Jiam also keeps looking. Seon-Reg says, now I understand why the cult leader made you the Nirvana Pavilion Master. Jiam says, what? Just as he says this, Seon-Reg takes a step forward and instantly reaches close to Jiam. Jiam also gets startled for a moment. Both of them look at each other very closely. Seon-Reg says, you have a strange way of shaking up people's hearts. Saying this, she smiles. Smiling, she says, okay, I will recommend Jung Ho for you. Hearing this, Jiam says, are you telling the truth? Turning around as she leaves, Seon-Reg says, I want to show you that among the Demon Supremes, the Sword Demon is not the only one who thinks about the cult. Jiam bows his head and says, I will never forget your help. After this, Taeryamung and Jiam walk away together. As they walk, Jiam thinks, I expected that she would help me with the recommendation. After all, if I truly have the potential to become the cult leader and the Blood Heaven Sword Demon realized this before Seon-Reg, she wouldn't want the Blood Heaven Sword Demon to have a claim on me. For that, she doesn't
doesn't want the sword demon to get anything, even if it is a horse's lead lying on the ground. She truly hates the Blood Heaven sword demon, and the proof is that the first person she killed after becoming the cult leader was the Blood Heaven sword demon himself. We see in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Sima says to the Heavenly Demon, "I didn't think the second young master would persuade the Flower Sword Supreme to do this." The Heavenly Demon says he must have taken advantage of the discord between the two demon supremes. How is Jong Ho? Can we trust him for the position of demonic army commander? Sima says, it is true that he is an absolutely extraordinary person, but he is more of a martial artist. He is weak when it comes to politics. The second young master made a very good decision to make Jong Ho the demonic army commander. The Heavenly Demon says he probably didn't realize how good Jong Ho was from the start. This was likely an emotional decision because he is overly emotional. Sima says, this is both a strength and a weakness. The Heavenly Demon says, it is a weakness. Sima says, if that is so, then how will you resolve this matter regarding the demonic army position? The Heavenly Demon says, now that two demon supremes have recommended Jong Ho, we have to agree. We cannot hurt the pride of both of them. Let Jong Ho be made the commander of the demonic army. Sima bows his head and says, okay, cult leader. After this, the next day we see Jong Ho coming to Jiam to talk. He says, I didn't know how I can repay your kindness. Jiam looks at Jong Ho. Jong Ho stands with his head bowed for a long time and remains standing like that. After saying this, Jiam says, based on your personality, I doubt if you will be able to repay me. Jong Ho says, what do you mean? Jiam says, there are two reasons why I chose you for the demonic army commander. The first reason is that I think you will fit that position better. This is neither for me nor for you. I have done this only for the cult. Jong Ho says, I do not deserve such high praise. Jiam says, the second reason is that I am hoping the demonic army becomes my strength. But the first and second reasons contradict each other. Hearing this, Jong Ho doesn't quite understand. Jiam says, it will not be easy to maintain a personal relationship with you because you are an honest person. And yes, come on, let me tell you this beforehand. You don't need to worry that there will be pressure on you to do something because of our relationship. Hearing this, Jong Ho remains silent for a moment. Then he says, if you think I will sacrifice my personal relationships for the organization, then you are wrong. Jiam says, what? Jong Ho says, do you remember when we first met? I sent a huge letter because a friend of mine was killed, shouting, I want revenge. As you can see, I am an emotional person who values personal relationships the most in my life. I want to pledge my loyalty to you. No, I have already taken it. While I am loyal to the cult leader and for the cult, I will also work hard for the demonic army. But the one I will be most loyal to is you. After hearing all this, Jiam realizes that Jong Ho thinks so highly of him. Looking at him, he thinks, it seems I have acquired someone who is even better than I thought. He says, so okay, I will trust you from now on. Jong Ho bows his head and says, I am eager to work with you too. After this, we see at night Chenpa is standing waiting for Jiam. Jiam comes and seeing Chenpa standing like a statue at a spot, says, the way you are standing at this place, looking at you, it seems like you are a guardian statue. Guarding me, Chenpa says. A guardian statue? Are you teasing me because my head is always hot? Jiam says, absolutely not. Chenpa says, great job. You made Jong Ho the commander of the demonic army. Jiam bows his head and says, thank you. Seeing Chenpa like this, he thinks, I thought he would be angry because I went to the Flower Sword Supreme, but he is calm. But I cannot rest yet. I don't know what this old man might do now. Chenpa says, how did you persuade the Flower Sword Supreme to do this? Jiam looks. Then he says, if you promise that you won't get angry, I will tell you. Chenpa says, I won't get angry. Jiam says, I told her that you think you are the only true demon supreme. I used you. Hearing this, Chenpa says, this means you were tricked. It is impossible that she couldn't recognize your trick. That fox must have played a trick on you. She probably wanted to help you so that you wouldn't work with me. Looking angrily, he says, so what will you do now? Jiam says, you will be my top priority. Jianpa says, but the Flower Sword Supreme helped you. Jiam says, that is fine, but you helped me first. Then taking out something and giving it to Jiam, Jianpa says, anyway, I'm wondering if you can still say that when she places a proposal in front of you that you cannot refuse. Something like this. Jiam takes that thing and opens it to see what it is. Jianpa says, well, a promise is a promise. When Jiam opens it and looks, he is completely stunned because inside is the heavenly divine pill. Jianpa says, this is the heavenly divine pill. Jiam thinks, the heavenly divine pill? He gave this to me so easily? Looking at Jianpa, he thinks, I thought he would come up with many excuses, like saying words like finding a good elixir is difficult. Jianpa says, I have kept this for a very long time. Even I don't have the courage to consume it. Jiam says, are you really giving this to me? Hearing this, Jianpa shouts, do you want me to take it back? Then after some time, calming down, he plants his sword in the ground. He starts drinking. After drinking, he sits down peacefully and says, second young lord. Master Jiam keeps listening. Jianpa says, I am betting the rest of my life on you. Hearing this, Jiam is completely stunned. He does not think at all that such words would come out of his mouth. He is unable to say anything to Jianpa. He thinks the Blood Heaven Sword Demon has shown the most powerful card in his hand without any hesitation. Earlier, I told Father that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon has no value for us to keep him close. I have to change what I said. Clenching his fist, he thinks, if he has really decided this, then I will also try my best to keep him by my side. Bowing his head, he says, thank you to Jianpa for trusting me. Jianpa says nothing upon hearing this. He goes to drink again. Just then, Jiam says, now I will consume the elixir. Will you protect me? Hearing this, Jianpa is stunned. Has your mind gone bad? You want to consume it in front of me? Jiam says, yes. Now that I have received this from you, I think it would be right to consume it right in front of you. Hearing this, Jianpa has no words left. He thinks allowing someone to protect you when you circulate your energy is the ultimate stage of trust that martial artists practice. Jianpa says, do you really trust me? Jiam says, yes, absolutely. That is why I am consuming the heavenly divine pill right now. After all, if you have mixed poison in it, I will have to listen to you to get the antidote. Jianpa says, why don't you believe that I haven't mixed poison? Jiam says, you are not someone who would do something so dirty. Jianpa says, I think I am quite dirty. Jiam says, as far as I have seen, many dirty things happen. You are not someone who breaks his word. Jianpa says, what will happen if what you are thinking turns out to be wrong? Setting down, Jiam says, we will see when that happens. Saying this, he proceeds to eat the heavenly divine pill. Jianpa is left with no words. He just keeps watching, and Jiam eats it, thinking, divine pill, please dissolve well. Jiam has eaten the divine pill. After entering the stomach, the divine pill starts breaking down. Slowly, the divine pill dissolves, and a lot of energy releases from within it. That energy starts dissolving completely into Jiam's blood. That energy also starts entering his veins. That energy spreads throughout Jiam's entire body, and then gathers at one place in the center. During this, Jiam sweats a lot. The veins on his face start becoming visible. His body keeps glowing completely with energy. Then he slowly calms down. After this, he opens his eyes, and now he is completely succeeded in consuming the heavenly divine pill. Jiam consumes the heavenly divine pill and increases his inner energy significantly. After consuming it, he opens his eyes and thinks, because of this heavenly divine pill, my inner energy has increased significantly. Just then, Jianpa asks him, how did the heavenly divine pill taste? Jiam looks at him and says, just like honey. I have never eaten anything this delicious. Hearing this, Jianpa holds his head and says, sigh, I should have eaten it instead of saving it. Jiam stands up and says, don't be too disappointed. I believe I have digested it 10 times better than you expected. And then, releasing his inner energy from his hands, he thinks, my inner energy is now flowing to such an extent that I won't lose against him just because my inner energy was low. Jianpa comes in front of Jiam and says, hey, second young master, who are you exactly? Who are you to play with my heart and make me give up the heavenly divine pill? Jiam keeps looking at him. Then inner energy swirls out of Jiam's eyes like a whirlpool. Jianpa's gaze falls on his eyes where inner energy is gathering like a whirlpool, and then Geom spreads his energy all around and says to Chiampa, I am the person who will inevitably lead you. That will happen if you stay alive long enough to see it. Chiampa listens closely. He keeps looking at Geom. Geom remains standing. Seeing Geom speak like this right in front of him, Chiampa is also completely stunned. Geom asks, what is your biggest goal? Hearing this, Chiampa falls into thought. Looking here and there, he says, mine? I'm already old. What would I want? I just want to live like that, as I have lived until now. Geom smiles and says, aren't you getting too emotional for something like that? Chunpa says, how so? Geom says, when you were pressuring me, you realized that you have grown old. I can see a lot of fire burning inside you. Chunpa says, is that how you see me? Geom says, absolutely. Chunpa says, I am happy to hear this. I thought I had become soft recently. Hearing Chunpa's words, Geom thinks, I think I know how he feels. No matter how much ambition and passion one has, time ruthlessly takes everything away. Then he goes to the rock where the alcohol is. Picking up the bottle of alcohol and a cup, he holds it in front of Chunpa and says, please pour some liquor for me. Hearing this, Chunpa is shocked again because he didn't expect Geom to say something like this, despite winning the bet. He says, pour liquor for you? But this time I lost the bet. Geom smiles and says, the moment you gave me the heavenly divine pill, you won the real bet right then. I accept the liquor you offered me. Chunpa just keeps staring. Geom thinks, I don't know if it is possible, but I intend to make him one of my people. Chunpa takes the bottle of liquor and pours it into the cup. Geom keeps watching him. Chunpa also keeps looking at him. Chunpa finishes pouring the liquor. Geom immediately drinks that liquor. Chunpa just keeps watching. Geom says, let's work together from here. It is fine now. Even if you dare to pull any dirty tricks, something I can handle, then go ahead and do it. Hearing this, Chunpa shouts, dirty tricks? Then he calms down and starts laughing loudly. Geom holds out his cup and says, please pour one more cup. Chunpa pours liquor again. Geom thinks while watching him, although he is laughing from his heart right now, this heart has still not fully opened. He is someone I cannot tell what he is like. Even I don't know what lies are hidden behind the door. Our relationship will be known when he decides to open that door. Even if I have to burn you in the fire, kill you with my sword, or we become friends forever, everything will be revealed on that coming day. After some time, we see a sword, Geom's sword, and he is practicing at this moment. He keeps swinging his sword from here to there, merging inner energy into it while swinging the sword. He thinks, due to the increase in inner energy, my attack power has risen to the next level, and I have become quite fast too. My inner energy has increased to such an extent that I can even fight a demon supreme. But it is still not good enough. I need to gather even more inner energy. It is something like this. No matter how much one gets, it is not enough. He keeps practicing like this. Just then, he hears a voice saying, your inner energy has increased again. Geom turns to look who it is. His father is standing in front of him, the heavenly demon. Geom says, I received the heavenly divine pill from the blood heaven sword demon. Despite hearing this, the heavenly demon does not say anything. He just keeps standing there. Geom says, are you not shocked? I just told you that I received the heavenly divine pill. The heavenly demon says, didn't you tell me that he has something I need? I already knew he had the heavenly divine pill. Geom says, how did you know? The heavenly demon says, because a very long time ago, I was the one who gave it to him. Hearing this, Geom is shocked. You were the one who gave it to him? Geom recalls the line that the blood heaven sword demon had drawn earlier. Was it correct at that time? The heavenly demon says, what did you offer in that bet? Geom says, myself. The heavenly demon says, it seems the sword demon made a losing deal. Geom says, I am just getting started. I intend to cut down the 8 supreme demons. The heavenly demon just keeps standing there. He says nothing. Geom thinks, this is strange. Earlier he used to tell me that I was talking nonsense, but why is he not saying anything now? He says, why are you not saying anything? The heavenly demon says, I was just thinking that maybe you can do this. Geom says, it seems you now know my true value. While leaving, the heavenly demon says, keep training. Geom says, thank you for making Jung-ho the commander of the demonic army. The heavenly demon says, not because of you. It is because 2 demon supremes recommended him. Geom says, I will be even happier. The heavenly demon stands there. Geom says, I feel that I have to be happy so that the people around me stay happy and the cult will also be happy along with them. The heavenly demon just stands stands there. Turning back, he says, "This is a useless emotion." Geom says, "An emotion that will lead me to death." Hearing this, the heavenly demon says, "It is good that you know." As he leaves, he says, "If you want to walk this path, you should forget about something like happiness." Geom shouts, "I don't want to. I will remain happy even while walking this path." And the heavenly demon leaves from there. Standing there, Geom smiles and thinks, "I will show you by doing it." And now the next day, we see many flowers. Someone is amidst the flowers, and that is the Flower Sword Supreme, Seon Rege. She hears Geom's voice. The flowers are very beautiful. Seon Rege stands there. Then she says, "It is said that as flowers age, they become even more beautiful, although it will still take a long time for this saying to apply to you." Second young master Geom thinks about his past life. Anything older than this would actually complicate things. Geom takes out a bottle of liquor and says, "This time I have really come to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I brought some liquor for you." Seon Rege says, "Thank you for your gift, but I do not drink. I quit a very long time ago." Geom says, "Oh, is that so? I apologize." He thinks, "I knew she doesn't drink, but I brought the liquor intentionally because I don't want her to know that I know a lot about her. I wonder if it is necessary for me to do this much, but I should do whatever I can. After all, relationships are built on these small things." Both of them just stand there. Geom says, "I have learned that one must repay a favor. Is there anything you like?" Seon Rege keeps standing there. Then she says, "It would be good if you break your relationship with the Blood Heaven Sword Demon." Geom thinks, this is exactly what the Blood Heaven Sword Demon thought. He says, "Can I ask for a reason?" Seon Rege says, "Because the thing he chases after is very different from you. Unlike you, who wants to change the cult into a place where there is discipline, order, and rules, the Sword Demon hates any rules of the world." Hearing all this, Geom just stands there for a moment. Then he says, "I am sorry, but I cannot do what you are saying." Seoyan Rej turns around, looks at Geom, and says, "You cannot." Geom says, "Yes, he has given me a gift that is very precious." He thinks, "I was not going to name the gift, but I will tell her what I received. After all, I intend to make both the Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the Flower Sword Supreme my people." Seoyan Rej says, "What? What did he give you?" Geom says, "This is a personal gift, so it is very difficult for me to tell you this." Seoyan Rej says, "I thought we had become close enough to tell each other things. Am I wrong?" Geom just keeps standing. Then he says, "Now that you helped me last time, I will tell you. He gave me the Heavenly Divine Pill." Hearing this, Seoyan Rej is completely shocked. The Heavenly Divine Pill? Did he really give you the Heavenly Divine Pill? That greedy old man did something like that? Geom says, "Yes, it seems he decided that I am more precious than the Divine Pill." After hearing all this, Seoyan Rej says nothing. Geom says, "Thank you again. Please tell me if you need any help. I will see you again." And saying this, he starts to leave. Just then, Seoyan Rej says, "Second young master, what kind of person do you think the Blood Heaven Sword Demon is?" Geom says, "He gets very angry and does whatever he wants. At first, I didn't like him either, but as I am spending time with him, he is becoming better." Seoyan Rej says, "Are you sure it is not because of the Heavenly Divine Pill that he gave you?" Geom says, "I will not deny that." Seoyan Rej says, "Still, the Sword Demon is not someone you should work with. If you want to keep getting my help like this, you will have to break your relationship with him." Geom says, "Please, then prove it to me." Seoyan Rej says, "Prove what?" Geom says, "Are you someone who can help me more than the Blood Heaven Sword Demon? The Sword Demon gave me the Heavenly Divine Pill. If I break my relationship with him for just anyone like this, then I also need a good reason to do so." Seoyan Rej says, "It is true that this will be for the good of the cult. Is this reason not enough?" Geom says, "Dreams, ideals, loyalty. I hate those who try to use these things to buy comrades." Hearing these words, Seoyan Rej gets completely angry. She releases her aura. The air around her becomes completely cold. The flowers slowly start to freeze. Geom says, "I don't know what you think of me, but I am preparing for something big. From now on, I will meet many people, and I am sure I will always make the right decisions. So please show me something that will make it easy for me to decide." Extending his hand towards Seoyan Rej, he says, "Please give me something more precious than even the Heavenly Divine Pill." Seoyan Rej says nothing. She just stands there looking at Geom in anger. Geom thinks, looking at her, the Sword
sword demon is not someone I should work with? Impossible. He must be with me. Now even you are wavering. After this, Seon Reg calms down. She asks Jiam, what do you want? Jiam extends his hand, clenches his fist, and says, well, actually, I don't want anything right now. Seon Reg just keeps staring. Jiam faves, this is how the Sword Supreme will interpret my words. Bowing his head, he says, I will see you again. I will never forget how you helped me. And he starts to leave. Smiling, he thinks that because I said I don't want anything, now the Sword Supreme will become even more impatient. Soon it becomes night. Jiam is standing in front of Cheonpa. Cheonpa asks, what did that fox say? Jiam says, she told me to break the relationship I have with you. Cheonpa says, I knew it. Didn't I tell you she would say exactly that? Did she give a reason? Jiam says, she said our ideals are very different and that you are very free-spirited. Cheonpa says, what nonsense. So what did you do? Jiam says, of course I will work with whoever gives me the most benefit. Hearing this, Chenpa is shocked and asks, what? Jiam says, I should consider my options. When I can do so, wouldn't you do the same? Chenpa keeps looking. Jiam keeps smiling at him. He says, you are still ahead. I don't think she can give anything better than the heavenly divine pill. Chenpa says, it is not impossible. She is someone who would do anything to destroy me. Jiam says, in the end, why is your relationship with her like this? Chenpa is about to say something. Then he becomes silent. Jiam thinks, although I asked him this, I already know the answer. Chenpa says, a reason is not needed to hate someone else. Jiam says, would you like to drink something? Will you go back with such a bad taste? Chenpa says, what do you think? What kind of person am I? Jiam says, calm-minded, but I don't think that is bad. When you are disappointed, be disappointed. When you are sad, you should talk. Chenpa just sits there looking at him. Jiam says, let's go. Today I will buy the drinks. Chenpa immediately picks up his sword. Jumping away from there, he says, I will wait in the demonic village. Jiam keeps watching him leave and smiles, thinking that everything is going according to plan. Just as I want, it is happening exactly like that at this moment.